Good morning, Karen Reed trial watchers. Today is Friday. Very important day. Jen McCabe's supposed last day on the stand. Really quick, we're going to kick it off with Jen McCabe ties it up for me, though. It is 6-6 going into, I have 6 points. Andrea has 6 points. It's the battle of the channels here with the Truth and Transparency's Karen Reed 2.0 Pick'em Challenge. Want to zoom in here on this and show you guys. It was 4-3. So right here is where we have some separation. If Turtle Boy would have ended up having to take the stand to plead the fifth, so right now Andrea has that for the under, because it's 1 minute. If for some reason Turtle Boy has to take the stand to plead the fifth, and they make him do it, then that will be a reversal. But right now Andrea has that with the under. I nipped Andrea here with my over pick on how long will Jen McCabe be on the stand, and that over and under was 280 minutes. Okay. The only thing that we don't count is when you recess for the night, and also for lunch breaks, but sidebars count. And so, yeah, I clipped Andrea there. What's up, girl? Shouldn't even say girl. It could be a boy. So I want to take a look at these stats here. It is 6-6. I'm going to zoom in and make it even less there we go. Me and Andrea both lost here on the total number of objections. We were both counting on at least one in the opening. We both put over. We didn't get any points there. Total number of times defense team says Proctor in the opening. We both went under 7.5, and Alan Jackson blew that out of the water 14, I think 11 or 14 times. The number of times Jen McCabe looked and turned to the left at the jury, she got to 43.5 times. I mean, it was like direct examination. Jen McCabe is nailing it. Lady, of course, just making sure. There you go. See, I feel better now. Let's see. We both put the over on the number of times that defendant would be said by Brennan. Coming over here. Things that haven't been decided yet. Oh, right here. Brennan's shortest direct examination. The waterfall and the McCarthy's people. They were basically called up to literally authenticate some damn records. And that got me and Andrea both the under there, because the under was 12.5 minutes. We both went under. Things that are coming up here. We've had 12 witnesses. So far, 8 out of the 12 have talked about the weather. The over-under on that is 50.5 witnesses. I picked the over on that. She picked the under. Total number of trial witnesses, we both picked over. So I'm trying to show you the ones where there's going to be some, movement. I said over here. She says under. So looking at that's the number of total trial days. Opening just to closing, doesn't count any jury deliberating. And it's 36.5. I went over it. She went under it. I hit them. How many different witnesses say I hit them? We both said under 5.5. Right now we're at 3 witnesses. What other ones are we opposite on? Okay, here. Betting on the second string. We got a surprise in the case. We got to hear from Adam Lally. Whoa, right? That was a surprise. But the over-under on how many times ADA McLaughlin will direct or cross is 1.5. So she has to do something with 2 witnesses. Andrea picked the over there. And I went under. I don't think that we're going to hear a peep from that little peeper. Number of witnesses. Lally directs or crosses. We both go under there, 7.5. What if anythings? I went over. On the 42 and a half, I just need Lally, okay, to get a couple of these non-expert witnesses. And then we will get some what if any. What else do we got? We both said under on, okay, I already said that one. Oh, here we go. Jen McCabe. I need Jen McCabe over here. It's, we both said over, so we both kind of need it, but we need Jen McCabe to talk in third person one more time. We need Jen to give out a Jen one more time. If she does that, it puts us over the 4.5, and we both would get a point there. Oh, okay. Number of total witnesses who will view an exhibit from the projection screen to you have to look at the TV screen. I said over 49 and a half people. She said under. That's going to be a big deciding one. We're at 8 out of 12. I have looked at the projection screen. I might have to run that back just to make sure that, as I have that, Nick has not. What other ones do we have? Okay, here's one that we both have different answers for. Number of total minutes Chief Helena Rafferty is on the stand. I said over 65 minutes. Andrea says under. I'm liking Andrea's odds there. Number of times Trooper Proctor will cuss on the stand. I said over 7.5 times. She said under. And then Alan Jackson's got one cuss word right now. So right now it is 6-6. Andrea Burkhart, Truth and Transparency. It's all tied up. We are definitely running a book over here. So that's that. I wanted to talk about some fun stuff there. So me and Andrea are neck and neck. And obviously we can only, if we have the same answers for some of these, I can already eliminate how many total possible. It's going to be really, really close. I knew it would be. All right, let's take a look at something. I'm a numbers person. I'm going to give you the numbers. Ready? I'm a firm believer that you're going to have to tell this jury, either you're going to believe the evidence, the data, okay, or you're going to give them a reason not to believe the data. Because right now and forever, John O'Keefe's phone, not necessarily him, but his phone stops moving at 12:52 and some change. Okay. So in the jury's mind, it's like John doesn't move anymore. Okay. You want to show, and I would use it through Jen McCabe here, that either A, the data is not reliable because you're going to show, where's our girl Jen at? We're going to show our girl Jen saying how she's walking all over the place, right? Going and checking outside, looking, and you're going to really focus in on the time frame that she says she does that, which is right here. And you're going to have to call an expert to the stand, just like how Ian Whiffen did and how the Commonwealth did. And if you guys notice, the Commonwealth didn't break down Jen McCabe's phone like how they did to John's. So basically, if you can tell me when, she says that she pocket dials the 1229 call. I call it flat out bullshit. If Jen's data was indicative of what she said to police officers and then what she's testified to, Ian Whiffen would have broken down her phone. Okay? He didn't break down her phone. And the biggest thing right here is 1225 to 1235. And this is a huge, huge point that Alan Jackson just nailed 2 days ago, because we were off yesterday. And he gets Jen to say how she's walking back and forth. Okay? To check. And that's why she texts at 1227. And that's why she texts at 1231. You guys, She does not move from 12:25 and 16 seconds to 12:35 and 39 seconds. Does not move. More importantly, what you want to show the jury is that if Jen McCabe was not wearing her watch that day, it would look like Jen McCabe arrives at 12:18 and 50 seconds, and that Jen McCabe takes some steps here because some of them are from earlier when she left the waterfall bar, but it looks like she does not move from 12:19 and 22 seconds all the way till 12:41 and 31 seconds, right? So if Jen would have been wearing a watch, this is what we would be seeing. Just like kind of like John with what you're seeing. But clearly we know, right, that from the data, Jen McCabe clearly, look at 12:19. She's walking, well, because she has her watch on, right? So you want to show that, but then you also want to show that why, okay, think about this. Why would Jen ever have to say, why couldn't she say, yeah, I was texting him, I was also calling him, I had gotten through on the one time I had talked to him, they said that they were here, I talked to him for like, I don't know, 7 or 8 seconds. Why does Jen have to totally disassociate herself with, she acknowledges the texts, right? But when it comes to the phone calls, after the 12:18 when she was giving him directions, she says that all of those calls she never made. That's why they were not stipulated to. That's why the only thing that was stipulated to was the text messages. Okay. Wouldn't it be normal if you were Jen that you would have been calling and texting, like you're saying, like, yeah, dude, I was calling him because I just talked to him and he's not a flake like that. Like, it's just like poof, he just disappeared. Right? So I thought about that long and hard. It should just be like a nothing burger to say that you made these phone calls and that he wasn't answering, right? So why would Jen have to lie and disassociate herself with the phone calls? Even the 12:29 one, that one was answered by John at 12:29. Well, what if Jen McCabe, you have two options here. Either she didn't know that those phone calls were made because she didn't make the phone calls, all right? So either she doesn't know that they were ever made, and it's because somebody else made them besides other than her, so she doesn't know about it. So she doesn't recall ever doing that. And then when she looks at her phone, she's like, wait a second, who the fuck was using my phone? I don't remember doing this. Why would you? Like you would, so I've come to the conclusion that Jen had nothing to do with the phone calls. That doesn't mean that somebody else didn't. Obviously, somebody did because somebody called. Now you have to ask yourself, was it Matt McCabe making those phone calls, or was it John O'Keefe making those phone calls? We've got new data for this trial, and I've been taking all the data that we've been getting from Ian Whiffen, gave us a shit ton of stuff to look at. And so I started thinking that I personally believe that whether he was hit by a car, which, by the way, I don't believe, but if you are on the side that he was hit by a car, or again, that's not what I'm saying, that I believe that, or he was attacked by a dog and a fight broke out. Okay. If you're the defense, you want to show that there's a reason that John's phone stops like moving at 12:32, and that it's not because he's incapacitated. So you have a couple ways to do that. You can show that the data, A, right there, is not reliable. How do you show the data isn't reliable? Well, Jen McCabe's showing us the data isn't reliable. Jen McCabe's wearing a watch, and she's walking back and forth, and you're going to get an expert up there to show Okay, what did we have you do? What information did we have you look at? And what did we ask you to do when we hired you? Well, you asked me to look at Carrie Roberts, John McCabe, John O'Keefe, and Karen's phone for data. And then we plotted it all. Okay, for what purpose? Oh, as well as John O'Keefe. Okay, for what purpose? Well, did we supply with anything else? Yeah, the testimony. This is what the person said they were doing at this time. They were looking at footage and they were picking themselves out on waterfall camera. They were picking themselves out on dash cam. They were picking themselves out then just in their testimony. So we had you look at everything that they've ever said, right? And then their data. And we wanted to know if the data if the data matches what they've said and if the data matches what is being shown in different videos. Right? Okay. So what is Jen McCabe show? Well, Jen McCabe shows that when she's saying that she's walking back and forth to the door that you asked her about for all of her texts that she's associating with when she's walking over. So, for example, the first one, she says she walks over because somebody in the house says, here, someone's here. So that's what makes her go over the door. And then she texts at 12:27. Well, there is no movement from 12:25 to 12:35. But if we back it up, I want to show you that there's no movement from her for her personal cell phone from 12:19 until 12:41. So wherever she's using this phone, it's not moving. Number one, when she makes the call or the texts between, so the one that's at 12:27, the one that's at 12:29, 12:31. If you notice right here, the phone is not moving at all. Then during all three of those times, same thing. She's not moving at all. So you believe that the data is showing that Jen McCabe couldn't have possibly been walking over from being in the kitchen over to the glass door and back, and over to the glass door again and back, and over to the glass door and back, and keep doing that, right? She could be doing that. Okay. Sorry about that. Back at it. Okay. Ready. If you were a juror and you heard that and you're seeing this, and what are you going to think to yourself? Wait, wow. It doesn't matter. So if anyone else says the blinds were down, that's questionable. You guys, I don't care if the blinds are fucking up, down, doesn't fucking matter. This broad, Jennifer McCabe, okay, is saying that she is walking from one place to another, walking from one place to another, walking from one place to another. She's saying that she's doing this because she's going over the door. And why this is important is Who is placing the fucking SUV at the fucking flagpole? Jennifer McCabe, right? Well, fuck Jennifer McCabe. She doesn't make a fucking move from 12:25 to 12:35 to see anything. Okay. So you would ask your expert, what are some examples of how this could be? Well, she's lying. That's a possibility. She's not moving. And what's interesting is that neither is the phone. So her nor the phone are moving. And you would ask, okay, is she texting from her watch? Is she texting from the device? Is there a way to tell that? But if Jen McCabe is saying that she is moving, is she being truthful? Well, the data says otherwise. And now, if you just heard a couple days ago that John O'Keefe's data, it's now either you have the option to believe Jennifer McCabe and then ignore the data, which means you have to ignore the data for John O'Keefe. It's like you have to get this through the jury's heads, because this is not how Lally went about it in trial 1. Hank is going about this completely differently. And I'm telling you, if I was on that jury, all right, and everything that I saw, I would say that his phone does not move after 12:32 and however many seconds. Because Hank's version of events is that she hits him at 12:31 and however many seconds, okay? Then he attempts to get up and is like stumbling around for those 20 seconds and then comes down. That's the data. That's how Hank is going to be selling this to the jury. Now, what I would be selling to the jury is that and I don't know how I could do this unless Karen was to take the stand, unless you do it through an expert, which then you have to discredit the data. So you have to ask yourself, why was Jennifer McCabe so adamant that she had to say that she was walking back and forth over by the door? And the only part of that story that is needed, and why it is needed, is because they want to put Karen Reed's vehicle at the flagpole. Period. 100%, you can text from an Apple Watch, no doubt about it. I want to know if an expert can determine if the text came and was sent from the Apple Watch if you did not download the watch's material. Because I would think that you'd be able to tell, because any of the Celebrates and all the stuff that I've done, I've never had to do a watch simultaneously. So, but I have seen where two phones are connected to the same iCloud account. And so it can make things difficult. But you just have to like separate it and show. So basically, if John gets out of Karen's car without his phone, doesn't that make sense? Doesn't that make sense? If Karen gets out of John's car without his phone at first, right? To go run up there and check on whatever. There's no steps being registered. John doesn't have his phone. I'm not concerned with the flight of stairs. I'm talking about the phone. The data is the data. That phone does not take any more steps after 12:32 in 50 seconds, let's just say. How do you explain to the jury that John is not incapacitated yet? He is there to have fun and hang out, okay? And what you're going to show is this, that Jen McCabe is not being truthful about her walking, clearly, if you're going to believe the data. Okay. Then she's saying, okay, ready? Not saying it. but we have her phone data, and it says that she made all these calls beginning at 12:41. Not only was she texting at 12:41, 12:43, and 12:45, but she was also making calls. And she has no problem saying that she was doing the texting, okay? But she has a problem saying that she was making these calls. And it's like, why are you okay with the texting and saying that that was you, but saying that I wasn't trying to call him? Like, wouldn't you be doing both? So why are you having such a big problem with that? And that's something that everybody should think about, is why Jen can't associate herself with the phone calls. Because then look at her phone data. Her phone moves from 12:41 to 12:43. Okay. So, and she's over here after 12:43. She's walking around 12:48 and 52 seconds, takes 3 steps. Really strange. 12:52, 5 steps to 5:52 and 13 seconds. 12:56 to 14 seconds. You guys can see the breakdown. But look at the phone. The phone does not move until 1:34. It's down here. Now take a look at this. From 1:24 to 1:34, that 10 minutes before the phone moves, okay? Where's that? 255 steps. It's a lot of steps. Look at, because she's just like prancing around a little bit, right? This is where I believe something goes completely fucking haywire, is down in here. I believe that John is alive and well. He doesn't have his phone with him. That's what the data now that has been presented to me up until this point, mixing it in with trial 1, obviously, and looking at this, I decided to look at it from a different perspective, which was seeing the whole clicking on the SMS and how quickly John supposedly got in and out of the stuff when he was supposedly just sitting in a car with Karen from 12:24 and some change all the way until 12:31, when supposedly then he gets out. Yet he looks at these text messages so quickly, doesn't respond to anybody, but answers the 12:29 call that happens for 7 to 8 seconds, if you think that's John. And then decides ultimately that he's going to get out of the car at 12:31 and some change. And then Karen is supposed to hit him. He's supposed to go flying. He's supposed to then get up for a little bit and then go back down. Okay. I have an issue that John would have never texted anybody while in the car, just sitting there saying, oh, we're here, we're coming in. But then again, Jen calls, or what we think is Jen calling at 12:29. So I totally decided to scrap all of that and think, what is another possibility with the data showing what it does? And the data is showing that what it is that somebody, not John, but somebody moves with that phone at 12:31 and 52 seconds to 12:32 in like 9 seconds. Somebody. Okay. And so how I would want to sell this to the jury, and I say sell because unless you're getting Karen Reed on that stand, you're going to need to sell it to the jury through the fact that there's another possibility of how and why that phone moved. And what I think makes the most sense is that if John gets out of the car without his phone, he goes up. Now, Karen and John are not together for the first time that they've ever been around any of these people, besides the fact of Jen McCabe trying to take, Karen away and like leave. Higgins, I believe all these people are outside, by the way. That's what the data shows for definitely for Sugar Tits here. And that the other part of the data would show that if John went into the house, he went into that garage part. But there's not enough steps for John to, if you're saying it's him walking at 12:31 to 12:32, do you understand how, why would I ever give myself a window of time to think that that's I don't believe that anything happened right then. I don't believe that John was beat up and attacked at 12:32. I don't believe that. I believe that after listening to the voicemails that Karen sent, I believe that after you see the data, after what Ann Whiffen even testified to, that John gets out of the car without his phone. Then somebody comes over to the vehicle where Karen Reed is, okay, and taps on the window. Like, who wouldn't walk over to a car? Like, people do that all the time. Your friends are there. You walk over to their fucking vehicle. She walks over to the vehicle. Somebody does. And I'm assigning that to Higgins. This is why. Because Higgins supposedly was parked in the driveway at first to drag back the snow, and he was fucking around. So he drags back the snow. Okay. Again, we're just talking about steps here, not about Wi-Fi, this is just purely steps. He drags back the snow. Okay. And then he pulls up then actually behind Karen. And that's why there was no Jeep truly there yet. And when he does that, John kind of walks by because he's going up like the driveway. So he sees that's just John. He pulls back. He sees that Karen's alone. He texted Karen earlier in the night and said, well, now he has a chance to go up to Karen and say, yo, what the fuck's going on? Or call her out on her bullshit. Or tell her something, well, you and fucking John are both fucking nuts. You guys cheating ass bastards. You guys can have each other. Whatever is going down. At 12:29, the phone rings, John's phone rings. And you can either think that John has that phone, which I don't. I think that the phone's still in the car at 12:29. Clearly, he just walked out 3 minutes ago, not even 2 minutes ago. And then what if Karen answered that phone call? Because Jen McCabe calls from her phone because John's already in there. And Jen's just like, well, I'll call. Because John's like, I'll just go get her. Oh, no, here, I'll just call her and tell her to come in. Like, what do you mean you're going to go get her? Or John could have said, hey, oh, fuck, my phone. It's in the car. Call Karen and tell her to come in. And because, again, Jennifer McCabe wants to isolate herself from that 12:29 call. She says that it's a butt dial. Well, John's phone answers it. I don't believe that it was a butt dial. I think that either Karen spoke to John or spoke to Jen. Next. Then you have this text that goes out to tell, pull in behind me. Pull in behind me. Sounds like you just talked to somebody. To then say at 12:31, like right after you get off that, like, pull in behind me. Or like, what? Because she's like still kind of watching from what she's doing. Well, maybe the car's on, just pulling behind me. That would mean that Jen, wherever Jen was parked, it had to be enough space to pull in behind her. I don't believe that Jen McCabe would then be behind a vehicle in that driveway. She would have been one of the cars that would have been all the way up so that you had room to pull in behind her. Because if she was in fact behind a car, like we've seen in 34 Fairview, if she's the second car, there's no room. You would never pull a car up behind you like that. If you actually see the driveway, it's like it has a little spot for like a third vehicle, and then it's full. Anyways, so next thing, as this is happening though, Higgins and her are having words. And Higgins is saying, I'm not fucking doing this. John's a cheating bastard. He's been cheating on you. You try to drag me into this shit so that you could fucking get back at him. You guys are all fucked up. And I'm coming clean with John. And Karen's like, oh, hell no, I'm not fucking going in there now. Right? Because, Higgins is about to fucking go walk in and go tell fucking John all this shit. And there's about to be why would I ever subject myself to that, right? So I believe what's plausible here is that if Karen was like, go fuck yourselves, all you guys are all the fucking same, takes the phone and fucking gives it to Higgins and says, here, give this to John when you're going in there. And fucking Karen drives off. Then now count your steps. You have a guy, right, who is right outside, right where John supposedly started walking, except this time Higgins, because he has his phone, he walks to where his Jeep is and is standing over there. And I think he puts the phone in. If you guys know how Jeeps are, you can just like, everybody has that compartment that goes like this, but he puts John's phone in his fucking car. Let me tell you why Karen would remember that. I'm going to explain this. Let me get to that part. Okay? Because there's a big reason for this. Okay? If Karen would remember where John is, then why would Karen text or call John, leave a voicemail just before 1 o'clock saying, nobody knows where you're at? What do you mean nobody knows where you're at? You just fucking left 34 Fairview. What do you mean nobody knows where you're at? Now, let me explain. She leaves. She gets on the Wi-Fi. He puts the phone in the car, and then it's slowly, that battery is going down like it's always been in a car. If you go and look at the battery data, it's going down 5 seconds every whatever. Okay. And it's sitting, it's sitting in a car, right? This would explain. So John's already in there. This would explain a lot of things. John's already in there. The phone gets put in the Jeep. Okay. Higgins goes in there and people are hanging out, whatever. Higgins saying, oh, well, I don't know. Karen just left. What do you mean Karen just left? Now, think about why, if nobody has Karen's number except for Higgins, none of these people, he doesn't have a phone. So whose phone would you use and how would you go about? Then that's why you would be calling your cell phone so that she answers it, so that you could talk to her that way from Karen's or from Jen's phone. You would be texting things like, where are you? Hello, where are you? Hello, and calling. Because nobody has her cell phone number except for one person, and that's Higgins. And Higgins clearly didn't cough it up. Okay. Now, then you have how this whole scene would have ever played out is there is no time constraint of this had to happen at 12:31 and 52 seconds that boom, John's incapacitated. Okay. Whatever happened, then Higgins then realizes, fuck, I have John's phone in my fucking car. You guys have to understand that these people aren't sober. Okay. So whatever went down in that house, this is where you're going to get into, Lana, how do you explain the dog bite? How do you explain? Well, this is how you're explaining that. This is how you're explaining that there's just no way that John's walking up and fucking all of a sudden Chloe just fucking attacks him. Like, I'm sorry, but that's just far-fetched for a jury. Okay. But people being in there, mingling, drinking, and then words being said, and Higgins, saying to John, hey, your girl's been trying to fuck me and I've been trying to fuck her. Here's all of our text messages. Okay. But if you're Karen and you arrive home, you have Kaylee, and Kaylee was up when she got home. Okay. So is it that Karen just wanted to downplay to Kaylee, like that she didn't like leave him anywhere? So it was like she was saying things in his presence, but then you have to listen to the cuss words. So it really was Kaylee in the presence. But for Karen to say that she doesn't know where John is, like everyone's looking for you or no one can find you. Everyone's looking for you. That always struck me as weird. What do you mean everyone's looking for him? But that text or that voicemail comes after literally a cell phone would be shown, like, where are you? You hear, like, people are looking for you. And that's why I believe that Karen viewed the whole Higgins thing, like, where are you? She was the one that viewed that. And then she viewed the whole here, question mark from McCabe. But Karen to say that she doesn't know where John would be at 1 o'clock in the morning on a voicemail, you guys, that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense. Okay. And then the other thing is that why did Karen text Higgins? Doesn't text anybody else, but she texts Higgins and writes John's dead, or John's either dead, or how'd she write it? John died. Okay. Why would she text Higgins that? Well, because Higgins is what? She knows that the conversation that she just had with that motherfucker when she left, and you said that you were going to fucking confront him about what the fuck we've done. Oh, great. He's dead. So whatever the fuck y'all did, like, that was her way of saying, like, so think about it. And all I'm trying to say is, if you want Karen Reed to come home, you need to show the jury, because Lally didn't go about it this way. You need to show the jury that John's movements are not indicative of his phone, because John wasn't the person that actually made the movements with the phone at that time. He got out of the car without the phone, and he's been in that motherfucking house. And then it explains why, and Jen has to act like after the fact why she's saying all this stuff, and why she's not knowing that. She's like, oh, fuck, that's right. John used my phone to call his own phone. Oh my God, I wasn't, because he was trying to get a hold of Karen. Think about it. Truly think about it. Think about when the worst thing that could possibly happen. Oh, great. A day like this, I just run up to the store without my phone on me, and then something happens and you need your phone. Okay. And then look at her shit. Okay. Look at her data. $302 steps from 136 to 144. 255 steps from 124 to 134. This is the fucking panic time. Right here. This is when something went down. Then also, and then you need to look at this. Her phone, this is her watch. This is her phone. She's not with her phone. She's not with her phone. And then you can see here when they get in the car to leave at 144 and 8 seconds to 145 and 58 seconds, you can see here that somebody gets out of the vehicle with her phone, or somebody gets out of the vehicle like Matt McCabe. Remember the Sarah Livingston? Oh, Matt said he left his phone or his jacket inside. He had to go get it. Whatever he went and got, it looks like he went and got her cell phone, because she's not moving. And as you can see here, 155, 147, 157, she's not moving from 144 to 213 because she's in the SUV. Who got out of the car halfway driving to get out of the car, go peek and see if Karen actually did leave or not? That looks like somebody taking 8 steps and 8 steps back and seeing if they could see if Karen left or not. And let me tell you something, it wasn't Jennifer McCabe, because she's not moving. So somebody who had her phone is making those steps. Again, they don't get home until 2:13. She's supposedly going to take home Sarah Livingston and Julie Nagel, right? So that's that trip. But while she's sitting in the SUV from 144 until 2:13, somebody has to go get her phone and bring it back into the car. Okay. And then somebody gets out of the car with her phone and gets back into the car, and it's not her. And then her phone moves 13 seconds. If you see here, 2:13 and 20 seconds, 2:13 and 6 seconds. That phone starts moving when they both get out of the car, like when they're home. And this is indicative of Jen not moving until 13 seconds after the person who has the phone is moving. Then you throw in Higgins is going to the Canton Police Department when he went is where in this 1:30, 1:20 time frame, he goes over there. Then you look at John's data, his Wi-Fi, and what you will see is that the accurate points are during the time frame of when like literally the phone was answered at 12:29 because it's getting that connection to get a point. But other than that, from 12:27 until 12:59, the radius that Ian Whiffen shows on all of these different, it shows that it's way out, and it shouldn't be like that. And people need to. I mean, Carrie Roberts calling the police department at 5 o'clock in the morning and only mentioning the waterfall bar. Okay. And she seems like she's so awake. And it's like, why Karen would disassociate herself with acting like she didn't remember about going over to 34 Fairview is because she was disassociating herself with Higgins, with all of that. That's what she was disassociating herself with, is Higgins. And if I'm Karen Reed, I take the stand, that's my testimony. And I show the jury how John went in there without a fucking cell phone, and I had a cell phone, and I gave it to fucking Brian Higgins, the same guy who went on a fucking military base and destroyed his phone. Those fuckers who all destroyed their phones when we tried to get them to show the data. I'm over here getting on a Wi-Fi at 12:30 and 30 or 12:36. Okay, I left at this time. Yada yada yada. Nobody saw his body on the lawn, because you have to ask yourself, what is truly in Brian Albert's garage? And is it like a home gym? Is it like the Octagon, the UFC fighting? Is that where they fucking do all of their, like, he has like a drop down bag, and that he's created that garage and to be some like fucking, and then Chloe's out in the garage, and that's where everybody like does, like, you know, they're smoking and they're all hanging out there. And that's what I believe. I think that that's what the data is indicative of. And the data is indicative also of Jen McCabe's phone making calls to John that she wants to disassociate herself with. And I say, it's not that she was calling John. I believe that John was calling his own fucking phone to try to get Karen to answer that. Oh, I think the court is fixing to start. Well, good. Now keep all that in your mind, because you need to explain the data. The defense must explain this data. No amount of crossing Jen McCabe on some type of, you know, Jen McCabe has literally been coached, and she's been coached a way that she's been medicated while coached. She just didn't pop Xannies and go in there. She had to be medicated for months doing this and practicing while medicated. And that's exactly what you're seeing. Oops. So day 8, you want to use the data to your advantage. You're either going to discredit all the data. Oh, wait, I don't want to do law and crime. I want to go court TV. And we're going to start off with a simple bingo, solo bingo. So Paul Key's been moved to the, okay. Oopsies. Here we go. Welcome to the transparency. I'm bringing it today. The data. It's all about the data.
Come on up to sidebar, folks.
Okay, here we go. So I want to start so that the bingo can be appropriate. All right, here we go.
Please.
For the record, before the court is Como versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117.
She said,
Parties are
please.
present, the jury is not present. The matter is on to trial.
So I was told that you wanted to see me, Miss Gianetti?
Yes, please.
Okay, come on up to sidebar, folks.
All right, we're going to start with the sidebar. Perfect. So I heard a please in there. Again, guys, I believe in Karen Reed's innocence, okay? But this isn't, when you're going to trial and you're in trial, this is about winning, okay? And to me, a win is not a fucking, a hung jury. And that data can will hang the jury. Even if people come in and they say, well, he wasn't hit by a car. You know, ARCA came in and said, look at the damage isn't indicative of that. Well, they did that last trial. What happened? And they didn't even have the type of data that they have this trial. The way that it was broken down, the way that he's putting the order of witnesses, dude, they need to attack the data and show that it is either unreliable, and you do that through Jennifer McCabe shit, and then you're going to show that she's lying. She's either lying or the data's unreliable. Either way, you're like, that's a huge win. Huge win. And then you must discredit Jennifer McCabe in everything that she said in the morning. And how you do that is to show that Jen McCabe is not with her cell phone. You show that again to the jury. You show how the phone and the watch are in two different locations. The phone never goes upstairs, just like the phone never went upstairs when she gets to 34th Fairview after she finds the body and goes up to her sister's room. The watch only goes. The phone does not. And if the defense blows this and is not prepared to present this type of evidence, because clearly the Commonwealth just did, and they didn't show Jen's for a reason. It's because Jen's is disastrous, okay? And Hank Brennan is banking on the fact that, listen, Jen McCabe's not on trial. Karen Reed is. So I don't need to fucking, like, that. I'm willing to allow the defense to talk about Jen's whatever, okay? Because I'm willing to roll the dice and show that, well, this is what John's data shows. John's the ones that he's dead. So, and I'm sorry, but it's more plausible that he would have gotten hit by a car right there to be like out based on his phone stop, unless you have an answer for that, versus saying that a dog attacked him right there in the middle of the lawn. So that's my thought. My thought is that you're dealing with liars. You're going up against liars. You have to beat them at their own game. Carrie, good question. Yuri's math teacher buying 5 memberships. Woo woo. Cheers. Thank you, Yuri. Now get to it with your math. What up, Karen? $399.98. Please hit the thumbs up button if you're watching. Otherwise, I will take as your troll. You guys, I love when people are combative with what I have to say. Trust me, they'll get there eventually. I promise you. I promise you. When I see something, boom, connection. It'll take some people a week. It'll take some people a year. All right. The data doesn't lie, or you have to explain the data. Like, the data's there, now explain it. And I literally gave you the perfect explanation of why the jury should disregard John's data, because John's not with his phone. And that's reasonable doubt with that. It's reasonable to say, people, when they would go back into the jury deliberating room, they would say to themselves, dude, guys, I do that all the time when I get out of I'm at the gas station. I'm pumping my gas. Then I want to run in and grab something. Okay. My phone is not with me when I do that. Right? I ran to the gas station to grab some gum. Okay. Boom, paid, come back out. I wasn't with my phone. And it could have even been like, Matt McCabe that came to the window, or it could have been Karen that saw one of those fucking people that were going back and forth, and she gets out of the vehicle and she says, "Hey, do you guys know who John is? Can you give him this phone when you go in there?" But I think it's way more likely that she gave it to Higgins, and that makes sense with the text message that she sent that morning, and it makes sense that why she was disassociating herself with anything to do with because of what Higgins like. And then I think just like it started clicking in with Karen, like, okay, like this is why isn't John calling me to like say fuck off?
All right, let's bring the jurors in. And actually, I'll see you about scheduling while we're here. I forgot.
What?
something.
Schedule these titties, Bev. Karen, 20 to the transparency memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Alan Jackson just had a day to, I'm curious about the sidebar because I was talking to Bella and I said, hey, I want to know if I'd be able to, it's really hard to get transcripts done and somebody's going to type up your transcripts. So then you could use them to handle Jennifer McCabe today based off of what she has testified to up until this point. But since this is being televised, are we able to use a transcript from, putting the video in, transcribing it, and then, or can I just even use the film to show, Ms. McCabe, this is what you said yesterday? Is there a way that could happen? And also use clips like that for her testimony from trial one.
Did you see this? And then I'll take it back whenever.
Because I said I want the jury to see how she was behaving in trial one. Is there a way that I can bring in her demeanor? You got to get creative.
Tori.
I could see a Faraday bag being in his vehicle. When we went to Delphi, we had Faraday bags, and they're really little. They look like little clutches. We didn't trust Delphi, so we put our phones in Faraday bags because we had to get rid of our phones when we walked in there. We had to put it in a box. So me, Julie, Bella, we were putting our phones in Faraday bags when we would put them in, and they look like little, like you would mistaken it for like a clutch.
Don't worry. Thanks, Paul.
Yea. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
I have to ask you those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left 2 days ago?
Yes.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left on Wednesday?
Truth and transparency.
Everyone said no or shook their head. So today is a full day. We will be recessing this afternoon around 3:40, 3:40.
Oh, they have
All
to
right,
talk about
Mr.
something.
Jackson, if you go to the podium as soon as Ms. McCabe comes in. May we have Ms. McCabe?
So Beverly started before 9:12 today.
Whatever you want.
Please raise your right hand. I solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, good morning. Good morning. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
I'd like to draw your attention back to the time that you were watching the SUV out,
Yes!
out of the front door.
Let's go, Jackson!
Through the front door at 34th Fair. Do you have that time in mind?
I never watched it, but I went and looked at it.
Saw it.
Sorry, yes.
All right. I just want to clear up one of the time frames that you indicated you last saw that SUV. You saw that SUV for the final time at 12:45 a.m., correct? It was up past the flagpole at that point.
Can't be sure of a specific time.
You indicated at a prior hearing in June of 2023 that you, in fact, did see it for the last time at 12:45, and you know that because of a text message that you sent at 12:45. Is that right?
I did send a text message at 12:45. That is correct.
Did you say, quote, and by the way, for court and counsel, this is at 782 lines 24 through 25, going to 783 lines 1 through 13 or so.
Mm. 12:45.
Actually, 1 through 3. It's 782 going to 783. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you very much. No problem. Actually, Ms. McCabe, and for court and counsel, I'm going to back up just a little bit up to line 20. You stated, quote, "So I think my husband and I were talking just like about what they were doing." And then I sat back down, and then at one point, I think I said, "Hello." And then I said at 12:42, "Where are you?" And then flip, I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there. And then question, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. Do you remember that question and answer colloquy back in June of 2023?
I've been asked a number of questions, specifically those words, no. I do remember testifying. I believe I said, I think in there. I think that, and to be honest, I'm not sure of exactly the times. I didn't pay close attention to when I was texting and when I was sitting. I was going back and forth to the door.
But in June of 2023, at a hearing under oath, you did say that it was at 12:45 that you last saw the vehicle.
I believe I said, I think.
Refresh your recollection, take a look at the transcript I just read from.
I believe the word I think is in there.
You believe, but you're not sure.
Okay, I'll look at it.
Refresh your recollection.
Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Fuck yeah, Jackson. Woo! It's right where I would have gone.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Mr. McCabe, what you said in June of 2023 about seeing the SUV at the location at 12:45?
I see what I read. Sorry. I saw what I just read. I don't remember my exact words of every testimony, but I did just read that. Yes.
And in fact, what you said back in June of 2023, quote, "I don't know if it's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there, period." Correct?
That's a part of what I said.
And then the question was, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45.
And then I said, I think my husband and I, so there's more to that conversation.
Okay, what I read you is what the transcript indicates. You said on June 8th, 2023, correct?
So, can you answer that? Is that correct?
That I saw it at that time.
That's what you said.
Sure. That what you testified to in June of 2023 was you saw the SUV for the last time at 12:45. That's what you said, at least back then.
That's part of what I said.
Okay.
I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there. Question, so the dark SUV was still outside outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. That's what you actually testified to in June.
That's what that says, correct.
Thank you. You've been asked about with whom you communicated first thing in the morning when you received that 4:53 a.m. call. There, at that call and thereafter, shortly thereafter, within those next few minutes, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked by Trooper Prince in a formal interview
Yes.
on February 1st, 2022. I know that was a while ago, but in that initial formal interview 3 days after the event, Trooper Prince, the female trooper, asked you who you called or who you communicated with during that important few minutes after you received the first phone call from Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm not sure of our exact conversation, but she did ask me a number of questions.
Do you remember telling her, I spoke with Karen Reed, obviously.
Again, I answered whatever question she asked me. So
Okay,
if she asked, I did speak with Karen Reed that morning, correct?
Okay, Ms. McCabe, my question is, did you tell Trooper Prince 3 days after the fact, I spoke with Karen Reed? Yes or no?
If you have a report, I don't remember the specifics. I met with
What?
many, many police officers.
Sure.
Okay, so I believe that she has
To
been,
refresh your recollection to take a look at her report.
I'd like to take a look at it. Yes, thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Thank you.
it was a,
Ms. McCabe, you can familiarize yourself with that report, and there's a tab if that helps you, because
Okay.
it's somewhat lengthy.
Okay.
See if that refreshes your recollection.
Thank you.
Trooper Prince's report right here. She's,
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Welcome.
Ms. McCabe, did that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
I know what happened, so I just answered
Yes or
the
no?
questions.
Yes or no? Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
Yes,
Okay. You told Trooper Prince that you had a conversation on Kaylee's phone with Miss Reed, correct?
yes,
That you also called Julie Albert after you got off the phone with Miss Reed the first time.
yes.
And then thereafter, at some point, you talked to Tom Beatty, correct?
I never spoke with Tom.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I misspoke. You called Tom Beatty.
Yes, I
Did-
called Tom Beatty.
Did not get through to Tom Beatty.
I didn't, no one answered, yes.
Okay. Then you spoke to the grand jury about the same issue. Who did you talk to and who did you call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm going to object, but I can be heard.
All right, come on up.
Oh, boy. Another sidebar. Okay. So, sidebar. Jen said that when Karen showed up at her house around 5:30 a.m. Okay, I'm sorry, hold me back up. The following morning, Jen got a call from Kaylee, John's niece. Kaylee said, "Hi, Jen. Karen needs to talk to you." And I've always thought that's been strange. Okay, that why, but Karen felt that she had no other choice than to wake up Kaylee in order to get somebody's phone number because it was in her cell phone, and Karen didn't have these, So Karen got on the phone, according to Jen, and was yelling. John never came home. Karen told Jen that she left him at the waterfall bar. Jen thought that perhaps he was with a friend. Jen said that she checked with Julie Albert to see if he had gone to their house. Jen explained to Karen that she did not leave him at the waterfall bar because they were outside Jen McCabe's sister's house after the waterfall. Karen then told Jen that when she got home, John was not with her. Jen began to think of other friends that John might have ended up going to, such as Tom Beatty, but he was not there either. The words, "but he was not there either." Jen said that. Jen began to think of other friends that John might have ended up going to, such as Tom Beatty, but he was not there either. Karen was telling Jen that she, Karen, had not planned to stay at John's house that night and that John would not have stayed out all night, leaving Kaylee home alone overnight. At some point, while they were talking on the phone, Karen got into her car and started driving. Jen said that Karen was hysterical, screaming. Karen drove to Jen's house.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you were also asked the same series of questions about, or a series of questions about the same events concerning that 4:53 phone call and the calls that you made shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony, you also, consistent with what you said to Trooper Prince, said, "I spoke with Karen Reed on Kaylee's phone. I then spoke with Julie Albert, or I called Julie Albert, and then I called Tom Beatty," correct?
I object.
That objection sustained.
What did you tell the grand jurors about who you called or who you attempted to communicate with in those first few minutes after that 4:53 a.m. call?
I don't know exactly what I said on that day, but I know who I spoke to.
You said on that day, you spoke to Karen Reed, correct?
On which day? What are we talking
The day of the grand jury.
Okay.
That would be April 26, 2022.
I don't have the paper in front of me, so I don't know my exact words.
Well, I'm not asking you for your exact words, but did you tell them, as you sit here, do you remember telling the grand jurors under questioning by the Commonwealth that you spoke with Karen Reed?
I spoke with Karen Reed that morning. Again, I've been at many grand juries and different things. So to remember specifically, I don't remember specific questions and specific answers. But yes, Karen Reed did call me that morning on Kaylee's phone.
My question is, what did you say to the grand jurors? And you're saying you don't remember?
What question are you asking me?
Whom did you attempt to communicate with in those first few minutes after you first received the phone call on Kaylee's phone?
If you're asking me now, I can answer you.
I'm asking
I
you
don't
for-
remember this. I'm sorry. I don't remember the specifics. If you want to show me and then I can review it, I know the answer to the question. I'm just not sure of my exact words on that day.
I didn't ask you what your exact words were. I'm asking you about your memory. You're testifying based on your memory, Ms. McCabe, are you not?
All right, go ahead and answer that, Commissioner. You're answering these questions based on your memory, Ms. McCabe.
So I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened on the 28th and the 29th. I've testified multiple times. I've been interviewed by multiple police officers. So to pinpoint one conversation is a bit of a challenge for me. But what I can tell you is what I remember from that day, which was, I'm sure, very similar to however I answered, because it's the same.
Yeah, refresh.
Yeah.
Refresh your recollection and look at the
Tell Mr.
transcript.
Brennan when page you're at.
Sure. 188, 189, thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't get an answer to that question, Ms. McCabe. Would it refresh your, I just have to do this for the record. Would it refresh your recollection?
I'll look at it, yes.
See, this is all being coached. I'll look at it, and what you're going to say is that it doesn't refresh my memory. I see what it says, but that doesn't refresh my memory. This is a very. She's paid a lot of money. A lot of money. She's been preparing for a very long time, and she's been preparing under medication. My opinion, my expert opinion. I'm shocked she's wearing a necklace.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Did that refresh your recollection about what you told the grand jurors in terms of whom you communicated with or attempted to communicate with that morning?
Yes.
What did you tell the grand jurors?
I told them that I communicated with Miss Reed and that I called Julie Albert.
And Tom Beatty.
Oh, and Tom Beatty, I'm sorry.
Right. So in both of those statements, to Trooper Prince, when you were asked about your communications, and at the grand jury, by the way, at the grand jury, when you were asked who you communicated that morning, who you communicated with that morning, you didn't need to see a report, did you? You didn't ask to see a report like you're doing here.
Well, I'm asking because you're asking specific questions about what I said on a specific day. And depending on who's asking the question,
Shouldn't it just
I
be the
ask
same?
questions in a different manner. So the answer is always going to be the same. If you ask me who I spoke to, I'm always going to tell you I spoke to Miss Reed and Julie. I called Julie Albert and I called Tom Beatty. The answer is always the same, but the way the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific days. I've been questioned many times, but the answers are always going to be the same. The wording may be different.
Yeah. Finished? Is that answer?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm going to allow that, but let's move on.
I'm trying, all right. When the Commonwealth asked questions about who you contacted that morning at the grand jury, you didn't need to have your recollection refreshed with anything. You said, I talked to Karen Reed, I called Julie Albert, I called Tom Beatty, correct?
Correct.
And that's exactly what you told Trooper Prince as well. Karen Reed, Julie Albert, Tom Beatty. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
But you did make another phone call that morning that you left out of both of those statements, didn't you?
Ooh.
I'm not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
Ooh.
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
It's in your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called the 34 Fairview Nicole Albert's phone, correct?
Correct.
It shows also that that call lasted 38 seconds, correct?
I'm not sure what it shows.
You actually spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister Nicole that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview in those early morning hours, right?
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beatty. Calling to my sister wasn't as important ingrained in my mind at that point. No.
And then you testified at a grand jury, not hours or days later. You testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records
I didn't say it was nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
because there's nothing about me calling my sister that
She's getting wordy.
is
Why?
nefarious, and I feel like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
Did you use that word because it sounds nefarious?
No, I just used the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across? That's nefarious.
No.
Without contacting 34 Fairview.
No, not at all.
Later that morning of January 29th, and by the way, you do acknowledge that your phone records show that you called at 5:07 a.m. to your sister's cell phone, correct?
I don't have them in front of me, but I believe that is correct. Yeah.
Okay. Were you calling your sister's phone to alert her of something? Is that why you called?
No.
Later that morning on January 29th, after those initial phone calls and after the scene had been cleared, at about 11:30 in the morning, you did have a formal interview with Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I did, yes.
Day before yesterday, you testified that Karen Reed, actually I think it may have been Tuesday, you testified on direct examination that Karen Reed just showed up at your house screaming, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you told Michael Proctor in that 11:30 a.m. or thereabouts, that interview that morning, that on January 29th, when Karen was on the phone with you, you told her to come to your house. Isn't that true?
No, I never told her to come to my house.
She told you she wanted to go search for John, and instead of saying, I'll come meet you or I'll go wherever you want to go, you told her, no, come to my house and pick me up and we'll go together. Correct?
No, that's incorrect.
Do you remember talking to Trooper Proctor on that day?
I do, yes.
Do you remember exactly what you told him concerning the plan to either come to your house or go search for John?
There was never a plan for Karen to come
Do
to my
you
house.
remember exactly what you told him with that regard on that issue?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a police report that he drafted on that issue?
Well, those are his words or summary.
That's not my question. I know these are his words. He wrote it.
Mhm.
My question is, would it refresh your recollection about what you told him to take a look at his report?
I know what happened and I know what I told him. I don't know what's written in that report.
Yes or no?
I don't need to see the report, no.
Because it would not refresh your recollection to see a report where he indicated that you told him that you directed Miss Reed to come to your house. I object.
The objection is sustained and I'm going to strike that.
You also told.
Okay, we can decide that, please.
Okay, I don't understand why he's just not saying, didn't you tell Trooper Proctor this? Isn't it true that you told Trooper Proctor this? Because how it's going to come across to the jury is that she's, so this guy is just writing this shit down, right? Because how you're going to be able to back it up that you're going to use Buchanan there and to say, Trooper Proctor may have typed up the report, but you were there, right? You were at the interview, or you know. And is this an accurate representation of what happened? They're going to rely on just saying that these witnesses, that Trooper Proctor was just clearly fucked it all up, and I don't know what the fuck he was doing.
May I? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, during that same interview, you also told Trooper Proctor that while driving back to One Meadows after you had been picked up by Karen at your house, while driving back toward One Meadows, that's actually when Miss Reed told you she may have broken her taillight, correct?
Miss Reed told me in the morning at my house.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to now.
Mhm.
What I'm asking is, what did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th? What's freshest in your mind?
That she had told me she had a cracked taillight when she called me.
You didn't tell him that she indicated she noticed her taillight had been damaged on the drive back to One Meadows after she got to your house?
She mentioned it then as well, but she also had told me when she was on the phone, that's why my husband yelled out that we shouldn't be driving with a cracked taillight.
But in fact, you did not tell Trooper Proctor that story. What you told him was she told you on the drive back to One Meadows after having picked you up, correct?
I told him she told me in the morning and on the drive back.
So if he didn't write that in his report, it's obviously incorrect. Gotcha.
Assisting.
What's up, Southern
Of course,
Sass?
that drive back to One Meadows would have been 5:30-ish or so, maybe even a little later, 5:35.
Approximately, yeah, I'm not sure.
Well after she backed out of the driveway and struck another vehicle at One Meadows, correct?
Do you know that?
No, I have no idea.
All right, next question.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him during that same interview on January 29th, you noticed that he was taking notes, obviously.
Yes, he was.
You told him about your observations of the taillight that day. Is that right?
I'd have to see the report, but I believe I told him about it, yes.
Now
And that
she
was
wants to see the
literally
report.
same day that you made the observations. Is that right?
Yes, it was.
He asked you to describe specifically what the taillight looked like.
Mhm.
And you did so, correct?
Could I see the report?
All I'm asking right now, I've got the report.
Okay.
If you need it, I'll give it to you. I'm asking about your memory, Ms. McCabe. Did you tell him about what the taillight looked like?
If he asked me what the taillight looked like, then I would have told him what it looked like, yes.
And what you told Trooper Proctor on that day is that you, quote, saw a crack in it. Is that right?
I believe I said it was broken and cracked and it was missing pieces.
Isn't it true that what you actually said is, we got out at John's house and looked at the taillight, back right taillight, saw a crack in it, correct?
I said that I saw it and it was cracked and it was missing pieces.
You noted that he was taking notes, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen those notes?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection as to what you actually told him in terms of that description, to take a look at his notes?
So ask it differently, that's sustained.
Sure. Do
They've
you
never
remember exactly the words you used in describing that taillight to Trooper Proctor as you sit here today?
Again, the taillight was cracked and missing pieces.
Okay, I know that's what you're testifying to today,
Mhm.
Ms. McCabe. We're all aware of that. You've said it 4 or 5 times now. What I'm asking you is, what did you tell Trooper Proctor on January 29th? That's my question. Do you remember the exact words you used to him on the 29th?
I believe I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Do you know that, or are you guessing?
I'm not guessing.
Okay. Do you remember that specifically?
I remember describing it as cracked and missing pieces.
Do you remember saying it had a crack, or she saw a crack in it?
I do not remember saying that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes?
Those are his notes.
Ms. McCabe, we can do this all day. Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes? If it wouldn't, just tell us.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay. As you sit here today, are you telling this jury that you deny saying to Trooper Proctor, you saw a crack in it? Are you denying that statement?
I'm not denying it.
So you could have told him that.
He asked me multiple times different questions. I spoke to him at my house, and then he had called me. So maybe one time I said it had a crack in it, and another time I said it was broken and missing pieces.
So it's very possible that that's how you described it on the 29th, Ms. McCabe. It had a crack in it, right?
And missing pieces.
I'm not asking you to finish my sentence. I'm asking you, is it possible that's what you told him that day? It had a crack in it. Yes or no?
Yes, that was
Okay,
one
thank
way.
you.
Mhm.
Yeah, the real Jen's coming out, baby.
In the days following January 29th, in the events of January 29th, 2022, were you and your family coordinating your versions of the events that occurred on that morning?
No,
Were you and your family coordinating some sort of damage control in terms of the language that your family would use to the public, to the press, to law enforcement?
no,
Did you and your family use a group chat? You and part of your family use a group chat to text each other to coordinate your communications with either the press or the public or law enforcement or family or friends?
I have multiple group chats with family and friends.
You had a very specific group chat that included yourself, Nicole, your sister,
Mhm.
Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if I may.
Okay.
Here it
I have a
comes.
two-page document that I'd like to have marked for identification. Has to approach.
Thank you.
Did you show Mr. Brennan what it was?
Mr. Brennan, I did. I failed to show you.
It's okay.
Thank you. It's the one from the 29th. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Can you tell me if you recognize what's depicted or what's contained on that two-page document?
Yes.
Don't read it at this point. Just tell me, what is that? What are we looking at?
This is a, looks like a group chat with me and my sister, Nicole. Oh, no, just actually conversations with just myself and my sister, Nicole.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, sure.
McCabe for identification.
Did you happen to catch the date of these chats? I just took the
I-
document away from you. I apologize.
It's okay. I didn't know.
May I approach?
Do you have an extra copy so she has one of you?
I'll just leave that one. I've got an extra copy for myself. I'll leave that.
Thank you.
Do you note the date of that series of chats?
Yes, it says 1/29/22.
Okay. Is that a chat just between yourself and yourself and Nicole, or is that including others as well?
I think it's just myself and Nicole.
There was another series of chats, we'll get to that in a second, that does include Nicole, Brian, Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
On this particular set of texts, do you see the first text starting in the green box? That is a text from you to, it says Coco, correct?
Yes, that's my sister, Nicole.
Okay. And you recognize this text?
I do, yes.
And you recognize the texts following in the following bubbles?
Yes.
I would ask that this be marked moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
I can review it briefly.
Sure. Why don't I see you at sidebar for a minute?
All right, another sidebar. Perfect. Again, for bingo, you want to make sure that you register your card in the mornings by taking a screenshot and then just sending it over to the email. And then when you get a bingo, you write in chat bingo dash with your card number, and then you send another confirming email, just a screenshot. And then we just verify it with our digital stuff. I haven't received any of those. Sabaz, we got 3 so far, or was that the 4th one actually? She started with 1. I'll run that back. Well, something new in the case right there. 5:07, 38 seconds. She calls her sister. And that's really interesting, because that is the exact time, okay, that Karen Reed is pulling out. Okay. Karen Reed is pulling out of the driveway. 5:07. Karen Reed is pulling out of the driveway at One Meadows. You know what? Why do I have a feeling that Matt McCabe, if they have, I wonder if they, I know they have Jen's locations. That is very interesting that it's almost like someone's watching and seeing her back out and her then saying, oh my God, we got to call over there. It's like somebody was watching that house to make this call at 5:07 when Karen is holy shit. Wow. Noel, thank you so much. I specifically don't remember what I said. Jen McCabe moments. Southern Sass, good to see your motherfucking ass. You guys, dude, they have way more ammo this round with stuff that they got, obviously, from the feds. And when you get it and you actually have time to prepare with how you're going to use it, 5:07, 38 seconds. Karen Reed's backing out. Damn. Let's see. Okay, go ahead and go. That makeup person has not sent me their card. So go ahead. Tony, send your card in. All right, so Tony has a bingo with 34, 6, 29, 26, and 4. Let's double check here and put it in. Oh, have you been watching the Idaho 4? Woohoo! Yeah, sweetness. Tony, bling bling, winner, winner, winner. Our first Bev bingo winner of the day. Woo! Shake it. Oh wait, that makeup person, I sent it. Oh, which one are you? Which one are you? I don't have any bingos in here that extra. Let's see. Oh, you just whoever just sent theirs in. It's not a bingo because it has to be 5. Is that you, Candace? That makeup queen over there. I think you're missing one there. Candace, I think you're short an egg. Did I hit him? All right. How's everybody's allergies? I gotta take some of my allergy medicine. What the fuck is going on? This is gonna take forever with fucking Jen McCabe. Alan Jackson can't get through her in an hour and a half to 2 hours. Not when she's not answering the questions. Like, she thinks that she's on trial and she's not. I wouldn't, like, whoever coached her, I don't know what it was for, because I'm not on trial. Like, I'm just not on trial. You know, so like, yeah, I'm a goddamn dingbat. It's clear as day. I mean, I don't know. Like, how about this? It makes sense now why Jen McCabe wouldn't want to testify, because if they have the feds watching, right? None of these people would want to testify. I'm still not convinced with the 5:07 time frame now of that call and Karen Reed backing out. I'm not convinced. I think Matt McCabe was literally watching Karen Reed's house or John's house the whole time.
All right, so the objection is noted and overruled. So, Mr. Jackson, you can put that K for identification is now an exhibit.
Oh my gosh, she overruled.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before
All
I
right,
proceed.
So, jurors, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, and you heard Trooper Garino read a lot of text messages the other day. I didn't interrupt him. I probably should have. But before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who either authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. So here we have communications between, allegedly between Ms. McCabe and her sister. Before you can consider them, you must find that it's more likely than not that they were the people who sent and received those. If you do not find it's more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent them, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding your case. Now, when you read or hear about these text messages, you may not consider the statements for their truth, but you may consider them solely for the limited purpose of understanding the state of mind of here, Ms. McCabe, when she sent those messages. All right, so now that's what I needed to do. Mr. Jackson, your turn.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would ask the January 29th text be published.
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, is there a way to, there we go.
Margaret, the witness might need that exhibit.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
Margaret. Yep, clearing the bingo cards now. All right, the next bingo game is it's a high five. This one's on Bev. You can have your 5 spots wherever the free spot counts. So it's like 4 plus your free spot. The first one to land 4 anywhere on the board plus your free spot is $5 howler right on Bev's backside. She's coming up from behind, baby. Lay a pipe with Bev today. She wants to buy you a drink. Quick hitter here. First one to get 4 plus the free spot.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could you please enlarge that?
Any way to make that bigger. We'll take one bubble at a time.
Ms.
Thank
McCabe, do you need lights on or are you okay?
Oh, I'm okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, does this appear to be a representative copy of what you're looking at? It's just been marked for evidence.
Yes, it does.
Starting at that top text, which is the green bubble here, can you see at the very top where it says from, there's a redaction?
Yes.
The last 4 digits of that phone number, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that your phone number?
Yes.
Do you see just beneath it, it says 2, and there's a line that says Coco?
Yes.
Is that your sister?
Yes, it
That's
is.
Nicole.
Yes.
And if you look down on the bottom right corner of this exhibit, do you see a time and date stamp?
Yes, I do.
What is that time and date?
It's 1:29:22 at 7:54.
Is that 7:54 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read for the jurors what you texted to your sister at 7:54?
Sure. Carrie talked to the cops and kept it simple.
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
And this is a text that you sent about Miss Roberts's interview with the police.
Yes, it is.
If Mr. Woke, can we pull up the next text, please? Do you see the response in the blue bubble?
Yes, I do.
Who's responding to whom?
I'm responding to my sister, Nicole.
Can you please tell us the time? And we know it's the same date. What
Yes.
time is that?
That would be 7:56. Or 58, sorry. I'm not sure if that's an 8 or a 6.
Are you an idiot? It's 7:57. It's 7:57:01. Can you not see?
I may have misheard you. The blue bubble is from whom?
It's from my sister, Nicole,
To whom?
to me.
Okay, I may have misheard you. I thought you said the reverse. I want to make sure we're very clear. The blue
sorry.
bubble is from Nicole. The green bubbles are from you.
Yes, correct.
Got it. And this text says, I'm sorry,
Oh,
read that for me one more time.
I was red
Sure.
at that time.
Okay. Try and get some sleep. Talk tomorrow.
Next text, please. What's the time of this text?
7:57.
This is from you to Coco, to Nicole.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Any update?
What did you mean by any update?
I meant had she heard anything or learned anything new?
Next text, please.
This doesn't make any sense.
Do you see a response from your sister to you?
Yes.
What does that say?
We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Next text, please. Is this a text from you to your sister, Nicole?
Yes, it is.
What does that say?
Right.
Oh
Next
my
text,
God.
please. What is the date and time of this text?
It is 1:29 and 2022 at 8:01 p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from you to your sister. And this
Yeah.
is now a text from your sister back to you, correct?
Correct.
What does this text say?
Okay, text me in AM or if you hear anything later.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up for just a moment. One of the texts, the third from the bottom text on the second page, in other words, the top text on the page, was from your sister to you. We'll get more info TOMM, correct?
Yes.
Don't want to text about it, correct?
Yes.
TOMM means tomorrow.
Yes.
This was January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow would have been January 30th,
Yes.
2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm holding another document. This is a multi-page document.
All right, just to give you a little background of what her phone is saying at this time. From 5:34 p.m., she's taken her watch off or it died at 10:43 a.m. So there's no more watch data. But at 5:34 p.m. to 9:14 p.m., that phone does not move at all. 5:34 to 9:14. Her cell phone does not move. Her cell phone takes 19 steps from 9:14 to 9:19. Her cell phone takes 10 steps from 9:25 to 9:26. Her cell phone takes 25 steps from 9:42 to 9:42. And her cell phone takes 63 steps from 11:39 to 11:41. I don't think she has her phone with her. I think somebody.
8
I think
pages,
Matt's using her
totaling.
phone.
There's a page on the bottom, 02148. Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you please take a look at that document, flip through it, and let me know when you're finished?
This is the document we discussed at sidebar.
It is, Your Honor.
Yuri, you got bingo? I think Matt could have been texting from Jen's phone, and Jen could have actually been over at 34 Fairview. Also, it's interesting that it was that those jury instructions were given. Let me look and see. Let me look and see if she. Yuri, I'm checking yours now. Remember, so that the way this is lining up is the next day they go to Lank's house. Remember, they tried to keep all that hidden. And the way they found that out, the defense found that out from her location services. Richard Green was looking over some location like Jen's locations. Let me see one more thing here. If you're an avid watch wearer, let's say it's your watch died or whatever, you would put it on your charging station, and then eventually you would, because you're just naked without it. So it's interesting that she does not have a watch on from 10:43 a.m. like the rest of that whole day.
May I approach them?
Yes.
Thank you. May I stand at the witness stand for just a second?
Okay, you don't have a separate copy for Ms.
I-
McCabe?
I do. I'm going to hand you this one and ask that this be marked. Just a couple of foundational questions. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what was depicted in these documents?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and among yourself, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, and Matt McCabe?
I don't believe Chris Albert's on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Brian Albert.
Yeah, Brian,
Okay,
sorry.
So the four of you?
Yes.
Okay. And does this appear to be a group chat that was engaged between and among y'all on February 1st, starting, I'm going to try to bookend it, starting
Okay.
at about noon, ending at about 5 or 5:30 that evening?
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
You just look at the first one or two.
Oh, yeah.
Ignore the
February
top one.
1st,
The
yeah.
top one has
Mhm.
nothing to do with this.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the last one, same date, around 5:30.
Yes.
Yuri's a winner.
I'd ask that this be marked
Say, for identification or in evidence?
into evidence.
Same objection, Mr. Klein? Yes, that can.
48.
Third bingo game.
Can I?
And jurors, the same instruction regarding the electronic communications and the same instruction regarding this is not to be used for the truth of what's in there, but simply as opposed to this McCabe statement.
State of mind. Third bingo game is
With the
I'll
court's
allow
permission to
it.
Publish, please.
Yes.
Only need 4 in a row.
If we could start at the second text down. Ms. Will, can you make that a little bigger?
It's Bev's way of playing
Apologize.
bingo. I'll allow it. 4 in a row. That's good enough.
Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted both on the screen and in your hand?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Taking a look at that first text, who is that from and who is it to?
Okay. All right. It's from Brian Albert, and it's to myself, my sister Nicole, and Matt McCabe, my
And-
husband.
If you can orient us, please, and I won't do this with every single text, but orient us for the first text. What date and time is this text?
This is February 1st at 12:50.
So this is about 3 days after the event in question.
Yes.
12:50 noon,
Noon. Yes.
just before 1 p.m.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E.
And that's from whom?
Brian.
So Brian Albert explain what that text means.
So Brian Albert is telling us that Julie told him Channel 4 is in D&E.
Who's Julie?
I'm sorry, Julie Albert.
Thank you. Let's go to the next text. Is this in response to the text that you just read?
Yes.
The prior text mentioned Channel 4 and D&E. What is
Mhm.
D&E?
Look at Matt.
D&E is a sub shop that is owned by Chris Albert.
Is that in Canton?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's in Canton.
On the main street of Canton?
Yes.
Directly next door to
Look
what?
at Matt. Look at him.
Waterfall.
Across the street from
Oh,
Waterfall.
sorry. CF McCarthy's. Yeah.
Thank you. Across the street from Waterfall, directly adjoining, they have an adjoining wall to CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And D, is it D and E or D in E?
D and E.
D and E. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the name of the pizza sub shop.
Yeah.
Thank you for that context.
Mhm.
Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell him the guy never went into the house.
What does tell them the guy never went into the house mean to you? How did you take that?
I took that as John never came in the house.
Who's the guy?
John.
John O'Keefe.
Yes.
And the beginning of that sentence is tell them that the guy never came in the house, correct?
Yes.
And the sentence before that is ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yes.
So this is Matt McCabe directing that Chris ask questions of Channel 4, correct?
I wouldn't say directing.
Whatever word you want to use. He was
No, I'm saying that Matt,
suggesting.
I think we're all looking to find out what happened. So Matt was like, ask some questions. What do they know?
And also indicating that Chris should tell them the guy never came in the house, correct?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay. Next text, please.
The guy. What fucking amazing friends.
Can you orient us? Who is this text from and who is it to?
Okay. This text is from Brian to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Brian who?
Sorry, Brian Albert.
And this is in response to the text above that you just read, correct?
Yes.
Where Matt McCabe said, tell Chris to find out, get an update or something, and tell him that the guy never came in the house. This is
Yes.
in response to that text.
Yes.
And what does Brian Albert respond?
Exactly.
One word, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. This is a green box, so I presume this is you.
Yes,
It's
it is.
redacted because the
And this is
numbers.
to whom?
To Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what does your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's ONG, but it
Yeah.
meant to be OMG, correct?
Yes, yeah, I do a lot of errors.
Which stands for oh my God.
Yes.
Next text, please.
Or it's Matt with his fat fingers. These were shown in the first
Who's
trial.
this from and who's it to?
So this is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does that text read?
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
Ooh, who's
Next
that about?
text, please. Before I ask you about this text, the last text, that was from whom? One more time.
My sister Nicole.
It was from your sister Nicole,
Yes.
and she mentions a she, a pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that referring to Julie Albert?
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Well, remember the first text started, or did the first text start with someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on?
I assume she is just in there to eat, but ask
Let's go back
her.
to that last text one more time.
Yeah,
Ask her what? What does it say?
You see where it reads, if she's there? Does that mean if Julie is at D&E, hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
I'm truly not sure if who she's referring to as the she.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next text, please. Mr. Wilk, I think you missed one. The one above it. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
This says to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
2:55.
And what does it read?
Carrie is here going over timeline.
Who's the Carrie referring to?
Carrie Roberts.
What is here?
I would assume here would mean my house.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from Brian to me, to Nicole, to Matt.
And what does this text read?
I did hear that.
Next text, please.
Show the screen, you fucking idiot.
Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Carrie.
Who's Carrie?
Carrie
Yes,
Roberts.
told you.
What phone are you referring to?
Mine.
Who was on the other end of that phone?
I disagree.
February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please.
I think that's lies.
Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
She's telling them
She is
everything.
telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the timestamp on this, Ms. McCabe?
2:55.
Who's the him that you're referring to in this text?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please.
Sickos. What a bunch of sick fucks.
Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Next text, please.
All the stuff. Right here, it's not guilty.
Who's this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep. If she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
Matt's sick as fuck.
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
She liked the text above.
The previous text?
Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah, it just says liked. So
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end.
Mhm.
If she fights, it will be an episode.
yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry. To me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian, sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
Brian, to me, Nicole, and Matt.
What's the timestamp on this?
That is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text. This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt. Me, Nicole, Matt, and Brian.
And what did you say? What did you write in this text?
I wrote you listening.
And what's the timestamp on this?
That is 5:15.
I'm sorry, it would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And in fact, at 5:15, Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
They were there. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come over.
Just to be clear and to orient us, there was a phone conversation that you were privy to between Carrie Roberts and Michael Proctor telephonically, correct?
She was
Earlier in the day.
yeah. Earlier in the day, he had called me, and then Carrie had asked to speak with him.
And that's the handed with the phone.
Yes.
And later, a couple of hours later, 5-ish or so, she was still at your house. Michael Proctor came over and interviewed her at your home.
No,
I'm sorry, not Michael
sorry.
Proctor, Massachusetts State Police.
Came over and spoke to myself, her, and Matt.
And you wrote you listening to the group, correct?
To who?
Yes.
Who was that specifically directed to?
I honestly don't know.
Was there anybody else in the house during her interview other than you and the troopers?
My husband, Matt, my daughter, her friend, my other daughter.
So of the people on this text chain, the only person that would have been in the house that could have conceivably, quote unquote, listened would be Matt. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
It's from me to Matt, Nicole, and Brian.
And what does it read?
Cops here again.
You were reporting to the others on this text stream that the police had arrived at your house. They were in your house with you and Carrie that you just described, correct?
Why would
Yes,
that
I
be
was just
after?
telling them that they were here again.
Next text, please.
What time was that one at? That seems like it's a little too late
Who's this from and who's it to?
in the thread.
This is from my sister, Nicole, to myself, Brian, and Matt. And Nicole says, call us after.
And what time was this?
This was 5:23.
Did you take this to mean that she wanted you to call the group after Carrie Roberts' interview and update them about that interview?
I took it as that she just wanted, to call and see what the cops said and if there was any update, any information.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt, and it's to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
What time is this?
This is at 5:31.
And at 5:31, what does Mr. McCabe write to the group?
This girl could write a book nonstop.
Was that in reference to Carrie Roberts having her interview with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, it was.
And this girl is Carrie, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please.
This girl. See that guy, this
Who's
girl,
this from and who's
not
it to?
family.
This is from me to Nicole, Brian, and Matt.
What time is this text?
5:32.
And what do you write to the group?
I love it.
And this is in direct response to Matt McCabe's, your husband's text about Carrie Roberts could write a book, correct?
Yes.
Suggesting that both you and Mr. McCabe were listening to her interview, correct?
We could hear different parts of it, correct?
Next text, please.
What a fucking bunch of sick fucks. This is
who's this from
conspiring, and
and
it's a
who's it to?
federal offense.
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What did you write?
I
in this
wrote,
text?
she is telling them everything.
Similar to the text that we earlier saw that was in all caps when you indicated she's telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
On the phone. That was in reference to what she was saying on the phone.
Yes.
This is in reference to the live interview, correct?
Yes.
Also indicating that you were listening to and were privy to the content of her conversation with the police.
I could hear bits and pieces of it, yes.
Enough to say that she's telling them everything.
When I used the word everything, I meant it not only was she telling them what had happened, but she was also telling them opinions and different things.
Okay, so you could hear it that much.
I could hear her saying some opinions.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Matt, to Brian.
And this is in response to she is telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
And the text reads what?
Good.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt to myself, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does it read?
He says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
You mean Matt says,
Oh, sorry. Matt says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
indicating that he was still in the house and still privy to the conversation between Carrie Roberts and the Massachusetts State Police.
He was waiting for them to talk, but Carrie kept as he said, she could write a book. So he felt he was going to miss the game because she just kept talking.
Next text, please. That may be the end of it.
Yeah, it is.
Is that the last text on the page? that you
Yes,
got?
it is.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Do you want both of them? Okay. There you go.
Brennan objected to this. What a fucking pussy. What's wrong, Brennan?
Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
these text messages were on a private chat, both the one between you and your sister, as well as the group chat, correct? Those are private chats, not open to the public.
Correct.
You never intended, obviously, for any of those texts to become public, correct?
I handed my phone over, so I knew all my texts would be seen.
When you were writing the text, when the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private texts between and among just the people on the text string, correct?
I just was texting my family. I wasn't thinking any more of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts that the defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
All right, jurors, disregard that comment, completely disregard that question.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Yep, exactly, Ellen. You want to approach because it's a simple thing, Your Honor, is I'm going to ask her, the question is, so I'm allowed to lead her. I'm allowed to lead her and say, this by definition is colluding. I'm allowed to lead on cross-examination. So why can't, And he's absolutely right. What do you want me to say to her? So what were you guys doing there? You want me to use the word conspiring? They were colluding. I think the only reason that the feds haven't moved, in my opinion, is why would you move when you can get all of this? You can get more shit. Okay, you can get more shit, and I think it was a false leak, and I think it was a beautiful leak for these fucking people to think that the Fed investigation is over. Okay, tell me. So doesn't this all make sense now? If Hank Brennan needs these people to testify, right, to have a case, he has to tell these people that there is no federal investigation or it's over or whatever. You think the feds announced like, hey, you think we tell, get out of here. Hank Brennan's dirty. And that's why they didn't want to testify, because the feds, this
Madam
is
Your Honor.
conspiring.
Thank you. In the text
That's a
that we
federal
just
offense.
saw,
With phones.
you were colluding with other witnesses, percipient witnesses in this case through those text messages,
Yes.
were you not?
I was not.
See?
You were organizing your statements to the police based on what you overheard, what you heard during Kerry Roberts' interview with the Massachusetts statements, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You were reporting back to other percipient witnesses what you heard and saw during other witnesses' statements to the police, to wit, Kerry Roberts, correct?
I was telling them Carrie was speaking with the police.
And you told them she's telling them, quote, everything, correct?
Yes, I told them some of the opinions that she stated.
And when Mr. McCabe said she could write a book, she's going on, in other words, she's going on and on, your statement was, I love it, correct?
Yes,
And you reported that back to other witnesses who were not privy to Ms. Roberts's statements to the police, correct?
to my sister and to my brother-in-law, yes.
And then your sister asked for updates when Kerry Roberts was done, correct?
I don't know if it was in regard to updates when she was done or updates like, did they tell us anything? Is there anything new? We were still all trying to figure out what had happened.
The four of you were discussing
Figure
the
out what
facts
happened.
surrounding this case, not only with each other, but discussing interviews, formal police interviews that you heard or overheard with another witness, weren't you?
I told them some of the things that Kerry Roberts said, yes.
And you were happy about what she said after you had created this timeline with her, correct?
The timeline had nothing to do with it.
But it was certainly chronologically. Her interview with the police was after this timeline had already been created between you and Kerry Roberts.
Yes, we both put down what had happened so we would remember.
And then once she was interviewed, you were responding to the rest of the group. She's telling them everything, meaning everything we just crafted in this timeline.
No, I meant she was telling them everything. She was telling her personal opinions about Miss Reed.
I want to change gears for a second, Ms. McCabe, and ask you about that visit that you took to Michael Lank's house. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just don't want to keep these at the podium. These are hard.
Okay, guys, really think about it. What information does Kerry Roberts truly have? Kerry Roberts was in a vehicle with Karen for all of what? 5 to 7 minutes to get from Meadows, where John lived, to 34 Fairview, right? And then just everything that we saw in the dash cam, okay? And then was in a car with her they were about to leave, but then they brought her back to get the Section 12. I mean, what the fuck does really, truly Kerry Roberts have about the incident? How long could you possibly talk to the police?
Thank you, Your Honor. Have you and Miss Roberts discussed that visit to Michael Lank's house before your testimony, before you testified to it for the first time in May of 2024, about a year ago? Did y'all discuss that at all?
I don't recall.
You testified under oath in that proceeding that you went, and I want to be very clear about this, that you went from One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence, John O'Keefe's residence, directly to Michael Lank's residence, which is in another neighborhood in the same town, correct?
Yes, we went. Correct.
And you indicated that you were there to drop off one of Carrie's daughters. Is that right?
Yes.
That's how you testified in May of 2024, about a year ago.
Yes.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Come on, use her data against her.
You spoke to Lieutenant Tully about this very same visit on May 10th, 2024, before your actual testimony in that other proceeding a year ago, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what y'all talked about was your visit and your travels.
Okay, this is new because Alan Jackson, remember, he didn't have the opportunity to talk to her about this because he didn't know about it. That like the whole, he remember Beth was like, do you want me to, he's like, the damage is done. I already like, do you want her to come back? Like Mr. Jackson, blah, blah. So this is new territory. Pen or tits, Jackson, let's go. Fuck yeah.
Over to Sergeant Lank's, by the way, Sergeant Michael Lank of Canton PD, correct? The
Yes.
same Michael Lank that we've talked about.
Yes.
You talked to Lieutenant Tully about that trip over to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that in that interview with Lieutenant Tully that you went over to the Lank residence with Carrie Roberts to pick up her daughter at the residence.
Boom.
Correct? Not to drop her off, but to pick her up.
She was with us at Meadows, so we dropped her off.
Right. I know that's what your testimony was a couple days ago.
Mhm.
I'm asking, when you talked to Lieutenant Tully on May 10th, 2024, before your testimony last year, did you tell Lieutenant Tully we were actually there to pick up her daughter? That's why we went to Michael Lank's house. That's why you went to Michael Lank's house.
I went to Michael Lank's to drop her daughter off.
What did you tell Lieutenant Tully?
That I went to drop her off.
So you didn't say pick her up to him.
I don't believe so, no.
So if he said that, that would be another example of an incorrect report.
Sustained.
Do you remember exactly what it was that you told him during that interview?
I know that Lexi was with us at Meadows Ave and we dropped her off at Mike Lank's. So if he mixed up pick up and drop off, that could have happened. But we had Lexi with us and we dropped her off there.
Okay, so you believe that may have been his mix up, not yours.
Sustained.
Is that, I'm sorry. Do you remember exactly what it was that you told Lieutenant Tully during that interview?
I know I said that we dropped her off.
Why did I ever even ask you about it?
It was 11 days later that you actually testified, correct?
11 days later from.
After the interview, about 10, 11 days after the interview with Lieutenant Tully, that you actually testified in court about in a proceeding about this issue.
And I don't know the exact dates of when I testified.
If you testified, say, May 21st versus May 10th, it's about 11 days.
Yeah.
All right.
Mhm.
When you testified in that other proceeding, you did testify that you had dropped off Carrie Roberts' daughter, not picked her daughter up. Is that right?
I know I dropped her off, yes.
Did you also talk to Carrie Roberts about her testimony and what she was going to say about dropping off or picking up her daughter?
No.
Okay. You never talked to her about it before you testified or before she testified last year?
We both know what happened, so I
I'm just asking if you had a discussion. That's all I'm asking.
I have no idea if we discussed that.
So you might have.
I have no idea.
And in the last year, let's clock it around all the way to now,
Mhm.
you've probably discussed it additionally with her, correct?
Probably not that detail, no.
Now, you also indicated By the way, the reason that this subject matter came up with Lieutenant Tully is you were confronted with certain location data records
Yes.
indicating that you were at Michael Lank's house for a period of time, correct?
Sustained, ask it differently.
Why?
Were you provided any records and asked about records that showed that you were at Michael Lank's house on January 30th, 2022?
I was asked if I had gone to Michael Lank's house, and I had, to be honest, I had completely forgotten because those days were just a complete blur. But then I remembered that after we left Meadows Ave, we did drop her daughter, off at Michael Lank's.
All right. Do you recall ever seeing a document, seeing something that indicated that you were actually a piece of paper, a document, a record, anything indicating that you were seen at Michael Lank's house through GPS location data forms?
Did I ever see a record of that?
Correct. The lieutenant showed,
He didn't show me a record.
he just asked you about
He
it.
just asked me.
Did he tell you during that course of that interview that he had been provided with GPS data records indicating that you went to Michael Lank's house?
I don't remember the specifics of what he asked, but I know that he did ask me if I had been there.
Did he tell you that he had received those GPS data records from the defense? Did
Why?
he tell you anything
Why?
about receiving any documents from the defense that prompted the question where you were on January 3rd?
I don't recall.
Before that
You see
interview
what
on
she
May 10th with Lieutenant Tully,
Mhm.
this is preceding your testimony last year.
Okay.
Had you ever reported that you went to Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th to anybody?
No, to be honest, I completely forgot about it.
Ask who Sergeant Lank is. They don't even know.
You indicated that during that visit, you sat outside in a car, in Carrie's car, correct?
See, this is how
Yes.
they do things.
Basically for the entire visit. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
You indicated that you did not go in the house
Mhm.
except to use the restroom possibly, correct?
I have a faint memory that I ran in to use the bathroom.
You indicated that you did not see Sergeant Lank at his home, correct?
Don't believe I did, no.
What time of night was this?
I don't know. We had left. We had been at
What the fuck?
Good? Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, here we go. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Do you recognize the document though?
So has it been marked yet?
I'm sorry, I asked that it be marked for identification at this point, just only for identification. Sorry.
So Madam Court Reporter will mark it and give it back to her.
Thank you.
Keep it out for identification.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you get the document back, I'll ask you a couple of quick questions about it.
Okay.
We're back.
Thank you.
Sorry, Gracie.
You have the document in front of you?
Yes.
Let's take a look at the first page of that document just to orient yourself. Do you see that that appears to be a map generally?
All right. So I'm just going to ask you to take a look at the document and don't describe it.
Sure. Take a look at the first page and tell me if you recognize anything on that page.
I do. Yes.
What do you recognize generally about that document?
I'll
Why?
see counsel at sidebar. May I have that, please, Ms. McCabe?
Sure.
This is new. Page 1 of a 10-page report. Okay. And it's new. Brandon has a problem with it. Sidebar. So we got 5 sidebars today. Woo! Wow. We should not be frozen. So we didn't miss anything. It's on a sidebar. It was just him trying to find the papers. So we can,
Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you get the document back, I'll ask you a couple of quick questions about it.
Okay.
okay. So now we're coming back from the sidebar. It was just,
Yes. Okay. Yes. Thank you.
this is new.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Taking a look at that first page, do you recognize a location that's pinpointed on that page?
I do.
Okay, without telling me the address, what do you recognize that as being?
My house.
Okay, and do you see in the call-out box in the middle of the page,
Yes.
do you see a date and time?
Yes.
What is the date and time?
It is January 30th at 12:13.
Take a look at page 2 on what's been marked for identification.
Okay.
Do you see a location pinpointed on that page?
I do. Yes.
What do you recognize that location as being?
John O'Keefe's home.
Is that what we've talked about on Meadows?
Yes. Meadows.
Do you see a time and date for that location?
Yes. 1/30/2022 at 12:19.
At 12:19 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you could turn to page, pardon me, 4, skip over page 3 and just go straight to page 4.
Mhm.
Do you recognize something that's been pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes.
What is that? Again, don't give me the full address. What is that location that's pinpointed?
That is my house.
Okay, and do you see a date and time for that location?
Yes. That's 1:30 at 5:21.
When you say 1:30, January 30th.
Sorry, January 30th, 2022 at 5:21.
Okay. Looking at page 5, do you see a location
Yes.
pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes, I do.
And what's the date and time of that location?
That is also 1/30/2022, and that is at 5:28.
Got it. Taking a look at page 6, do you see a location pinpointed on that map?
Yes,
What is that, again, what is that location?
that is 1/30/2022.
The location, the address?
Oh, I'm sorry. That is Fairview.
Appear to be 34 Fairview?
Yes,
And what's the date and time?
5:36.
Woo!
Taking a look at page 7, do you see anything located on that, a pinpoint location on that page?
Yes,
What's the date? I'm sorry, what is that location?
that's Fairview again.
And what's the date and time?
That is 1/30/22 at 5:40.
So just to be clear, the page before was 536 and this page is 540.
Yes,
Okay, take a look at page 8. Do you see what's pinpointed on that page?
yes.
What is that location without giving me the address?
This is so good.
I believe that's Mike Lank's
What's
home.
the date and time?
1/30/2022,
January 30th, 2022. And
Yes.
the
What
time,
time?
please?
5:43.
Oh, oh, oh.
Is you're
Fuck.
familiar with Canton, obviously,
Yes,
much more than we are, is
Yes.
driving time from 34 Fairview to Michael Lank.
She testified that she went straight from the O'Keefe's, John's, One Meadows, straight to Lank's to drop off the daughter. She's just shown, okay, here, start on page 1, January 30th, 12:13 p.m. You're at your house. Page 2, John O'Keefe's home, 12:19. Then page 4, my house, 5:21. My house, 5:28. Fairview, 5:36. Fairview, 5:40. And 5:43, Lanks. Now, remember Carrie Roberts' testimony about, did you pick Jen up, right? How they get over there to Lanks, remember? So just so, I don't know if it helps when I stop to, if people are listening and maybe they missed something, it might help to break it down like that. But here we go. This is going to be fucking good.
Lank's house consistent with about 3-4 minutes.
it could be with they have multiple stop signs
Okay,
and due to the weather.
right. Taking a look at page 9,
Yes,
do you see another pinpointed address?
yes. I believe it's the same one
Okay, the same address on,
as
Oakdale?
Mike Lank.
okay. And what's the time, what's the date of that? pinpoint?
1/30/2022, and that is 6:28.
And 6:28 is about 45 minutes after 5:43, give or take, correct?
Yeah,
Finally, the last page, page 10, do you see yet another pinpointed address?
I do. Yes,
Is that your address?
yes, it is.
Okay. And what's the date and time of that pinpoint?
That is 1/30/22 as well, and that is at 6:34.
And would it be safe to say that your address from Mike Lank's address, maybe 6 or 7 minute drive?
Yeah, depending. Mhm.
That audit, fuck you, that audit.
We were talking about what happened when you were at Mike Lank's that evening. By the way, does any of that refresh your recollection about the time that you went to Mike Lank's house?
Yes, I knew it was after Meadows and later in the day. Yes,
So closer to 5:45, 6:30, correct?
yes,
This is in January in Boston, is that right? The greater Boston area.
yes,
Gets dark really early.
yes.
It was a blizzard.
The night before. Yes.
Safe to say that it was dark out.
Yeah, I
Safe
assume.
to say it was cold out.
Yes.
the blizzard was still brewing, correct?
I think it had stopped snowing by then.
Still freezing cold.
I believe so.
And your testimony is that you sat outside in a car with Carrie Roberts and Michael Lank's wife for 45 minutes.
Yes.
I'm telling you, that's what they
You
do.
actually, and I'm assuming the car was running.
Yes.
Heat had to be on full blast.
Yes.
You're dressed in winter gear
Yes.
because it's freezing out, correct?
Correct.
You actually got out of the car and went into the house to go to the restroom at one point.
I have a faint memory. I think I did. Yes.
And the three of you didn't just decide, let's just go in the house.
No, we didn't.
You actually came out of the restroom, came out of the nice warm house, and fought the cold and got back in the car, according to you, correct?
Yes, I went back in the car because Carrie was going to bring me home.
You stated on direct examination that, and you stated again today, that you stopped by Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, directly from the O'Keefe residence as sort of a, my word, not yours, sort of a pit stop to drop off Carrie Roberts' daughter, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you actually drove from your personal residence to Michael Lank's house as a destination, didn't you?
I don't remember that. This is what this piece of paper says. I remember just leaving Meadows and dropping off Lexi.
In point of fact, it wasn't an errand. It wasn't to drop anybody off. It was a destination that you went to from your house to Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th, 2022, wasn't it?
No, we went to drop off Lexi.
Was Lexi at your house?
She was with us at Meadows, and then we went to drop her off.
Right. She was never with you at your house, was she?
I don't remember going to my house.
So if she wasn't with you at your house, there would be no reason to drop the child off from your house to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Lexi was in the car with us, and we dropped her off at Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house. Yes.
And in point of fact, you actually went from your house and did make a pit stop to 34th area before you went to Michael Lank's house, didn't you?
We drove by and stopped. Yes. Slowly stopped. Yes.
You went in the house and spoke to someone.
No, I never went in the house.
Why'd you come go by and just stop?
I think Carrie and I just went by to like take a look at it. We were still trying to figure everything out.
Take a look at it.
Stay there for 4 to 6 minutes.
I have to look at the report, but yeah, we were sitting in the car, kind of just like, oh my God, looking.
Oh my
Didn't go in the
God.
house.
We didn't go in the house. No,
Nobody came outside to talk to you.
no,
You didn't
Looking
speak
at
to Nicole.
what?
I don't believe so.
Possible.
Like I said, Carrie and I just kind of drove by and were looking at the area.
And that's before you went to Michael Lank's house, correct?
That was on the way to Michael Lank's.
So in point of fact, you didn't go directly from One Meadows to Michael Lank's house.
I thought I had. I truly thought I had.
But now your memory is refreshed.
My memory is not. This isn't refreshing my memory. I do not remember going by my house before Michael Lank's.
So the
Do you remember
data
testifying a year ago that, well, let me ask it this way. Do you remember denying a year ago that you ever even stopped by 34 Fairview?
I don't remember that now.
She's committing perjury.
To refresh your recollection to take a look at your prior testimony?
Sure.
Okay, prior testimony. I can't believe she said yes to this. What a moron.
Take a look at that page, the top highlighted.
This is absolute fucking beautiful. Using the data. That's what I said to do. Use the data. Use the data. Use the motherfucking data.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. On May 21st of last year, you were asked about this very thing in a prior proceeding, correct?
Correct.
At that time, you denied altogether ever going by 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I believe the paper says I never stopped by, but we drove by.
And now you're saying that you did stop.
Wait, wait.
Stopping by and driving by meant something different to me. Stopping by, I look at as like, then you pop in the house. Driving by is you just drive by. So we just drove by slowly and kind of looked at the scene.
And I think you just said that you maybe even spoken with Nicole.
I didn't speak with Nicole, no. We were in the car, Carrie and I and Lexi.
You're denying that you ever spoke with Nicole or any other member of the Albert family or anybody at 34 Fairview as you sit here today.
As I sit here today, I'm telling you that we slowly drove by.
So
That wasn't-
again,
so the
last
question,
question on this point. You did not, you now
talk to
admit,
anybody.
drive from One Meadows over to Michael Lank's house directly to drop off Carrie's daughter.
My memory is we did drive from One Meadows. I know what this piece of paper says. I'm telling you that just my memory is we left Meadows and went down Fairview and then went to Michael Lank's. But this paper is saying we stopped at my house first. I don't remember that.
And
But
all of
again,
you-
I was in shock.
Sorry.
So a
All of
lot
you-
of things from that day are foggy. Certain things, certain details I may have forgotten.
And all of your testimony over the last several days is based on that memory that you just described to these jurors, correct?
There are certain things I'll never forget, correct?
I know what
I'm
I
going to
would
ask
do
you a couple
here.
of questions. You may, depending upon your answer, depending upon what you just answered, you may or may not remember. But let's see.
Okay.
Isn't it true that at 12:13 p.m. you left 12 Country Lane on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, according to this, yes.
Isn't it true that at 12:19 you arrived at One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence?
According to this, yes.
Are you asking her regarding?
I'm
this?
asking her memory, not according to the document.
My
Your
memory.
Your
I don't
memory.
remember exact times.
Thank you. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that at 5:12 p.m. you left One Meadows, which is the O'Keefe residence, 5:12 in the evening?
That I don't remember the times that I left.
Isn't it true that at 5:21 you arrived back at your address on Country Lane?
I do not remember that.
Isn't it true that at 5:28, 7 minutes later, you actually left your address on Country Lane?
Again, I don't remember going by my house.
Isn't it true that at 5:36 you arrived at 34 Fairview and stayed for at least 4 minutes?
I know we drove by.
Isn't it true that at 5:40, or just thereafter, you left 34 Fairview?
I know we left and went to Mike Lank's.
And isn't it true at 5:43 you arrived on that Oakdale Road address at Sergeant Lank's house?
Oakdale
Not sure of
Road.
the
Wait,
exact
wait
time,
a
but yes, we did go to.
wait a
Sergeant
second.
Lank's
Hold
house.
on.
And isn't it true that at 6:28, almost 45 minutes later, actually a little better than 45 minutes later, you left that address at Michael Lank's house and drove back to your house directly?
After leaving Mike Lank's, I went home, correct?
And you arrived at your house at 6:34, correct?
According to the paper.
What about according to your memory?
I don't remember exact times.
Mr. Jackson, is this a good place to take a break?
is.
Do
I'm
you
about
have
to
a
shift
while
gears.
more? Okay.
Yes.
Oh my God. Okay, so check this up.
15, 20 minutes, we'll see you back. And this will be again if you just go forward.
Right this way, jurors.
Where's Ian Whiffen? And he's talking about the ways. Okay. Going back to ways. When John O'Keefe punches in the ways, I always wanted to know what fucking house, who the fuck lived over there? Like, how the fuck did they get all the way over there? Oakdale is right next to Maplecroft. Hold on, let me make sure. Oakdale. Let's look at 34 Fairview. Going this way. Oakdale. Oh my God! Holy fucking shit! Oh my God! That's where the flight of stairs is. That's where the flight of stairs is. 2 of the flight of stairs is on Oakdale. John's Ways kicks in. And last night I was doing this. I was like, why did it take him so long to get? Oh my God. Do you remember the call? Okay. Do you remember the call with Carrie motherfucking Roberts? And she's talking to fucking Good, and she's talking about, she, like, laugh, talking about Blizzard, a Blizzard party. And then Good's like, oh yeah, I'm not there because I'm working. And I'm like, why would he say that? Like, he's not where because he wasn't there because he was working. Because he worked through the night. Like, that was his shift, so he couldn't be there. Was Officer Lank having people over? Because then when Carrie goes and disappears on the dash cam, I'm like, watch, look at Carrie. She walks over and she's talking, like, she's, whoo. Why would Good say, yeah, I'm not there? Because I've always said this. I've always told you guys this. It was like, here, just come to 34 Fairview and we'll just drive from here. Remember, I've been saying this. And then I said, how are we so certain that John and his ways, okay, that he doesn't get into a different car over in that area when he pumps in the ways, okay, and she fucking leaves. And that's why she's like, 34. I didn't go to 30. What? Oh my God. Oh my God. What are the odds? What are the odds? They should have been able to figure this out, like, as soon as they would have got all this information from John. That's why they kept John's fucking shit from them for so long. And that's now why fucking the Canton Police Department would have did what they did. I need to hear more. Explain it. When they left the waterfall bar, the way that John went and had Karen going, if he was truly in Karen's car, right? Again, if he's truly in Karen's car, but whatever, he's literally in front of the Lank residence. I didn't know that the Lanks live on Oakdale. Ian Whiffen is over here testifying about the way that left on Oakdale Road, right here at 2019 and it's between 2019 and 21 and 58 seconds. When was the first fucking step? When the fuck is the first when's the first flight of stairs? Right there. Why would you be on Oakdale Road from 2019 to 21 and 58 seconds? That's a long ass time to be on a very fucking small street. This is not the crime scene. 34 was not the crime scene. Okay, I'm gonna. Wow. It's been in the data the whole fucking time. This is another reason why he went a different fucking direction. Hank Brennan. Sorry guys, I'm like, my brain is going like this. And so at 2019 and 20 to 21, 20, okay, so 2019, how much time is that? 21:58. 12, 22, and 17 seconds. Hold on, left on Oakdale. Oh my God. Cluster at stop sign. Cluster at stop sign. Cluster at stop sign. 12, 21. Oh no, wait. Yeah, 12, 21 and 59 seconds to 12, 22 and 53 seconds. Cluster at stop sign of Oakdale and Cedar Crest Ave on the Waze app. I fucking said it. I said it from the beginning. I said, why is he saying 34 Fairview? You just fucking, why is he getting that address then? Why wouldn't he, like, where to? Why is he even saying where to? You just would have fucking talked to him. Where to? Where to? Oh my God. Because it's like, okay, it looks like we're not staying here because Lank's party was over. So where to now? Where to? That's why she was so adamant to talk about, I told them the way that I would have told them, I said Bella's mom, and then to go Chapman, and they should have never been coming that way. I don't know how they got over there, because the way that I told them to go would have been Chapman, keeping them way away from being over there. Way away from being over where? Oakdale, Lanks. The best way to change the time of a crime is to extend somebody's life. Flight. 12, 22, 17. Yep, it's in it. His first flight of stairs, 12, 22 and 17 seconds. First flight of steps. I said it. I was like, she's awfully, I was like, this looks great for Karen. She's really stopping for a long time at these fucking stop signs. It wasn't, Ian Whiffen was saying it like that. Their person is not going to be saying it like that, because right where Lank's house is probably right where that corner, he's probably the corner fucking house. First flight of steps. And I said this last year. I said, Turtle Boy, whoever the fuck lives over there, who lives on Oakdale, who lives on Maplecroft, who lives over there? I've been screaming this. I said, who lives over there? Go through all the street. Who said this? Like who would live over there that they knew? Because why would the Waze app kick in and you would punch something in over there? Nobody knows where you're at. Where the fuck are you? Nobody knows where you're at. They were never supposed to go to 34 Fairview. They were never invited to 34 Fairview. That was not the plan. That's why Karen's like, what the fuck are you talking about? 34 Fairview. I didn't go to 34 fucking Fairview. First flight of steps, first flight of stairs is at 12:22 and 17 seconds, right when the cluster's happening. Wow. There you go. The second flight of stairs. Twelve, 22 and 32 seconds. What's the second flight of stairs? Overshot Fairview, 12:22 and 54 seconds. Slide number 1 is 12:12. No application was requesting location. Ian Whiffen. Slide number 2, 12:19 and 33 seconds to 12:20 and 18 seconds. It's in a 1,000 meter radius, which is not good accuracy. And so it's fucking huge. And they're on Dedham Street between 12:19 and 33 seconds and 12:20 and 18 seconds. Speed location tells if device is making a stop. Left on Maplecroft Road, cluster of stop signs. Left on Oakdale. They're over there for way too long. He would have been over in that area. And that's why AJ's pointing it out. How long did it take you to get from 34 Fairview to Oakdale to his place? And it's 4 fucking minutes. Three minutes, 5:40 to 5:43. That's exactly what it is. And I said, why did it take them oh my God. Oh my God, this is sick. This is so fucking sick. This is so fucking sick. That's why Alan Jackson's been so fucking adamant about, I'm not going to say that's the crime scene. He's not even going to This is sick. Makes way more sense now. Good statements make way more sense now. It's like, remember I told you guys, I was like, it seems like Brian went somewhere and took Chloe with him. And like whenever he would go somewhere, Big Brian Albert would go somewhere, it's like if he has to like go like, you know, mean business, I'm bringing Chloe with me, and it's like my scare dog. And I said that when all these steps were starting to move, it was like, Jen's movements it's not consistent with going into that Fairview home until actually at 12:35 to 12:45. And then you're walking all around, like, you know, then you're like acting like you're at a party. 12:48, 12:52, 12:56. Like then she's moving everywhere. For all of this, like not moving around or doing anything. And then what would be so adamant that Jen McCabe would have to be saying stuff like walking over and, yep, I saw the car there. I saw the car there. I saw the car there. Why did they call Lank's personal cell phone? Somebody from Canton called, and then Jen McCabe's phone called Lank, and they used Jen McCabe's phone to actually do it. And then don't worry, like we know Nicholas Guarino, he will be able to, like, he's not gonna. Oh my God, this is Sandra Birchmore. This cover up just got way sick. This cover up involves the Canton Police. Oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I said, I was like, where the fuck is Carrie Roberts going? Why is she walking over? And she was off with. Listen to this, what Lank says. I mean, Sean Good says, they're talking, he's like a Blizzard party. Unbelievable. I don't even have words. This is crazy.
Hi, my name is Mary. I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. We were at Waterfall, and now she is calling me hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't pick anybody up by the name of John O'Keefe, did you?
John O'Keefe?
Yeah, he's a Boston cop, and he would be on foot, but
No.
I think he probably got a ride and passed out at someone's house. I don't know, but...
Yeah, but no, we didn't lock anybody up or anything like that.
This is all staged.
And where does he live?
He lives on Meadow, at the Pleasant.
He lives on Meadow off of Pleasant. Okay, and is the wife home? You said his girlfriend?
It's his girlfriend, yeah. They were out having drinks, and then she left and expected him to come home at some point, and he never did.
Yep.
And so I said to her, you know, my husband had been out with him earlier in the night, but then he came home, and he has custody of his niece and nephew because their parents passed away.
Okay.
And so she's home with the niece and nephew, and they're old enough to be home. It's just she's nervous because he never even called the niece.
Yep.
So she's like, I feel like something happened. And I said, okay. Well, so he called the area hospital. Nobody has it. I personally think someone probably picked him up and he passed out. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
He didn't drive last night?
No.
No. Okay.
How would she know that? She would never know if he drove or not. I don't know. I mean, normally he doesn't. He's really good about if he's drinking. He's not, you know, like,
I mean, again, it's more, it would be done by you. She would have to, call in or come to the station and talk to us. But I mean, as of right now, it's more, he just didn't come home last night. Is this common sometimes happen with him?
No. That's why. Because he didn't tell his niece. That's kind of why she's more freaking out. So I figured I called the area hospitals. I said I would call Canton Police just to make sure he didn't get picked up. But like I said, he's a Boston police officer. He knows a bunch of people. Anybody could have picked him up.
Yeah.
Sleeping it off.
Okay.
Apparently they were having a blizzard party of some sort.
Yeah. No.
I don't know.
Unfortunately, I wasn't there. I was stuck here. But we have
Right there. Unfortunately, I wasn't there. I was stuck here. I guess they're having like a blizzard party or some sorts. Unfortunately, I wasn't there. I was stuck here. What is he? They're having a blizzard party. But it comes right after saying that he's a Boston cop, and they were having like a blizzard party, and Sean's like, oh yeah, he's probably with, because he knew his peeps were having a party. Because he's like, unfortunately, I wasn't there. I was here. I wasn't at the party. I wasn't at the party because I've been here.
Like that. Nobody was arrested or anything like that.
Okay.
All righty.
All right. Well, thank you.
All right, no problem. Good luck.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Who the fuck would call the police that soon? Why would you call the police? Like, you're supposed to be dead out of sleep, and you get woken up just before 5 or right around 5, and I've already called the area hospitals. Now I'm going to call the Canton Police Department, and I'm just a cheery, happy fuck. Like, no, and no. Carrie Roberts is involved. That sounds so staged. And they slip up right there talking about the goddamn blizzard party. And then Good says, I wasn't there. Oh, yeah, unfortunately, I wasn't there. I was here. Like that he knows about some fucking blizzard party. John's phone goes upstairs at Lank's on Lank Street. I don't even, a quick recap. My brain, I don't know. Let's see. Fucking A. Yep. No fucking way, man. Let's see. I don't know. You want to explain the data. You want to explain John's data. And now you can explain his data completely differently. You want to have this other huge possibility with, what's the house look like? Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. That's right where it's at. Holy fucking shit. Here, let's see if I can use Hector here to show you guys that this is right where the, okay. Look at Hector here really quick. Oh my God, this is Ian Whiffin's chart. Okay. Here. So this is like a 12, just so you know. It's like, just to help you guys out. So it's 12, 22, and 17. And he said that things can be off by between like 15 and 50 seconds, but, and so he maps them, okay? And he has, you see there? He's trying to say that there, and then there to there. And that's what his map, because he was cool with saying, like, he had no problem with that. Okay, now see this right here, this cluster right here? Let's show you guys. This is like coming around the bend to be on Oakdale, and then they went like this because they overshot it. So this is Oakdale. They came around. This is Oakdale. Then here's Cedar Crest, make a right, and then they overshot Fairview to come this way. They overshot it and then came back like that. Guess where Lank's house is? See right here? That's that. That's that right there, okay? Look at, it's right on his motherfucking house. That's where the flight of stairs is at Lank's. Dead nuts on it. Suck a dick, Tommy. Boom! Woo! Ah, you son of bitches. Holy shit, yeah. Woohoo! There you go. It doesn't get much better than that. Boom. Boom. You guys see that? Oh my God. So this is the street. It's like you're driving like that. You see how this is like Cedar? Right there, right on the point on the address. John registers a flight of stairs. This is right here. That's Lank's house. This is Lank's house. That's where he registers a flight of stairs. I don't believe that the 34 Fairview house was ever the motherfucking party house. Lank's house was the party house. Okay. And I always wondered, why the fuck are you typing into Waze over here? You know, why are you typing in, like, why are you even over here? This is not like, you would never go over here to go, like, it didn't make sense to me. Canton is small as fuck. You know where you're going. Okay. Like, you would just, so what are the odds that John O'Keefe registers his flight of stairs on Lank's address or on Lank Street, and one of them is on Lank's literally property? Unbelievable. John gets out. She continues on. Remember, this is why Jen was like, you're just going to come with me, come to 34 Fairview. They're going to go do something and they're going to come all back here, but you just come with me and let them go over there to Lank's. Okay. Remember, I've been saying they went somewhere. They were going somewhere else. This was not like, that's why Jen is not like, you're not going to separate somebody when you're going to the same place. Like, that's just, I was like, that's not it. That's not it. This is it. Holy shit. This is it. Oh my God. I'll recap it all, but I'm giving you guys the early heads up that this is way bigger. And this party was there. Lank was having a party. That's what Sean Good's referring to. Carrie Roberts is wide awake. Okay. Did Kurt and Carrie really go over to Lank's house? Okay. When they like left, okay, yeah, we're going to go over, you know, Tom Beatty. Oh, oh. Yeah. Yeah. About that lifestyle. About that life. What was going to happen to Karen? No, and now it makes sense when Karen is, because I'm like, holy shit. He calls. Coincidences aren't, you can just believe what you want to believe, but wow. The flights of stairs are registered literally on Lank's property. I don't know why they didn't show this data. If they stick with the data, Karen's a free woman. Because I'm doing this off of fucking pieces. If I had that shit, I did it off of straight up Jen McCabe shit. I said, dude, she is not walking over, looking, none of the shit's moving. She doesn't even have her fucking phone with her. She's like literally, and I said, I was like, she was in a motherfucking car. That's what they do. When she's saying that she went to Lank's and was in the car and talking in the car, if these are people that smoke weed and they're like, they want to like smoke in a car versus in a house, if these are people that are fucking doing lines, I mean, I fucking said, I was like, Jen McCabe has been stationary 12:25 to 12:35, but yet it's imperative that they say that she saw the SUV. I personally think that if Karen went anywhere and took John anywhere, it was over there. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I love it. I fucking love it. I love it. Who the fuck? Why would Carrie Roberts, like, think about this? Do you think that John would want you if you thought he just crashed out on someone's, that was a stage call for a reason. This was a frame job for a reason. But Ellen and their team needed to scratch the walls down and say, okay, we're starting from the beginning because we're missing a piece. We're missing a piece. There's a piece missing here. Remember Turtle Boy's been talking about stuff with Carrie Roberts' phone, and there's text messages with Carrie Roberts. Remember that? They're impounded right now. And but Turtle Boy's been saying, I've seen your text messages. I've seen your text messages. Did John have any knowledge at all about the Sandra Birchmore shit? Were they doing any grand juries for that? Did he get sent a subpoena that he was going to be testifying? The missing piece of this link and this with everything was that the original party house wasn't 34 Fairview. And you could totally tell because of John's accuracy with his phone. When they start pegging his phone there at 34 Fairview. Again, same thing if somebody was to drive. God, Jennifer McCabe is jeez. These people are just sick. Why would Carrie Roberts be so involved? She doesn't know anything, according to this timeline. But according to some other shit, if you go a different way with it, she's definitely involved. Did Bev just roll this into lunch? Bev's wild as fuck. This is crazy. Is it lunch now? No, she doesn't. She doesn't do lunch until 1. So you guys, literally, I'm in shock. I'm in shock because trial attorneys, everything is strategy. So if you know something as a defense attorney, you don't have to use it. You don't have to do anything with it. You can, hey, just if this is how they want to go and say that this all happened, Karen, they can't prove this because there's no it's not our job to show who murdered John O'Keefe. It's just that you didn't. And these people got ahead of it to say that you didn't even remember. Why is Carrie Roberts mentioning the waterfall bar? Because if anything, you would think that maybe she would have been mentioning McCarthy's because that's where her husband met up with them at. And maybe it's because Carrie Roberts is saying, what is it? Waterfall bar. I mean, to come out and say that, to call the police and put any of that, they would have known that it would be on a recorded line. I'll tell you what, if somebody wakes up and you can't find me for, 5 minutes and somebody calls the police, I'm sorry, but that's not normal. If my friends, if I didn't come home and you called and you wake up and you said, I'm not there, and you called the police within 5 minutes versus like doing some other shit first, that doesn't sit well. Carrie Roberts is so awake, guys. Who just gets a phone call especially according to Carrie Roberts, Karen called her and said, John's dead, and hangs up. Wouldn't you be telling that to, I got a really strange call from my friend's girlfriend saying that my friend's dead. I don't know, she just really wasn't making any sense. And no, she didn't say anything like that. She called and is all cheery, happy, like acting like it's no big deal. Like, except for saying, well, he doesn't normally not come home, but he had to just pass out on someone's couch. These people are just sick. Oh, here we go. I don't even know what's coming next. I told you it's gonna be good though. I just shake that bell. Hank then goes in this fucked up order. Oh my God. If I was Jen, I'd plead the fifth and the rest of the way.
Please be seated.
I wouldn't want no part of this.
So jurors, that break was longer than I told you it would be. We were waiting for some records to be printed, so it took a while, but we
Oh, God.
appreciate your patience.
Oh God, oh God, oh God.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to shift gears to some phone calls that you had with Trooper Michael Proctor back in January of 2022, moving forward to February and March. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank
Tell me, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize those documents that I just handed you.
Yes, this first one looks like a Verizon record of my phone.
Okay, and what about the second document?
Phone bill. And yes, more records from my phone.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple of questions. Before I do, I'd like to have both of those documents respectively marked just for identification. I don't anticipate entering.
M and N for identification.
Thank you.
May I continue? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor on January 29th, moving into January 30th and on to 31st, correct?
Are you asking her to read the records or?
No, not yet. I will in just a
All right,
second.
so turn the records over, see if you can answer the questions.
Without looking. Okay.
You had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor in the days and hours following the incident, correct?
Yes, I know I had some phone calls.
All right.
Yes.
I'm assuming you don't remember exactly the time and duration of those phone calls as you sit here.
Correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your phone records that you supplied for this time period?
Sure.
There's two different documents, Ms. McCabe. One of them starts with January 29th. Can you grab that document, please?
Sure. Okay.
You should see some highlights on that document.
I do.
Did you receive a phone call from Michael Proctor at about 10:54 a.m. on January 29th, a couple of minutes in length?
I object to the form.
Okay.
The
So
form?
you asked her if this would refresh her recollection. You need to ask her if this refreshes her recollection.
Sure. Do you remember, as you sit here, a phone call at 10:54 a.m.?
I remember getting a call. I don't remember the exact time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document that you're holding as to the time of that phone call, time and date?
I see what the document says, but I just, in my head, if you ask me what time did he call you, I don't remember.
Do you have any quarrel with the accuracy of that document?
No, it looks pretty accurate.
Okay.
It looks right. It looks possible. Yeah.
All right. Did you receive, as you sit here, do you recall, does that refresh your recollection that you received a phone call from Michael Proctor about 10:54 in the morning?
Does that refresh your memory now?
I know I did receive a phone call from him. Yes.
At that time?
I don't know the exact time.
All right, so the answer is no.
Was it mid-morning?
Yes.
Did you receive another phone call on the 29th around?
Without looking, so this is again, we're
right.
being asked questions.
I'm going to go through this with each one of these calls. There's not that many, but a few.
Okay.
On the 29th, did you receive a phone call at around 12:49?
I know I received a phone call. I, again, don't remember the time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document, the next line down, or the next phone call from with that number?
Yes, I see that there's a call on this record.
Okay. Is your recollection refreshed that you did receive another phone call on the 29th from Michael Proctor?
Is your recollection reflect, do you now remember independently that?
I don't remember the specific times, no, but I do remember that he did call me, yes.
Okay, so there's two phone calls.
Easy.
Excuse me?
They only object in form. I don't object to the record.
All right.
What the fuck are you talking about?
So I guess the record is fine, but if you're asking it whether she remembers, we're not going to get into it.
She remembers getting two
Well,
phone
then
calls.
I'll
She
just-
just
I'm being
said.
told that there's no objection
Fine.
to the record.
Ah,
The question where you're incorporating several things from the record.
Fine. Then that'll speed things
Is
along. I
that the
appreciate
nature of
that.
the objection, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, I have no objection to the data coming.
Thank you.
what
I'm just going to speed things along, and
Sounds like he's
I appreciate Mr.
a little
Brennan's
boy.
assistance with that. January 29th, you see the record indicates a phone call from Michael Proctor at 10:54 a.m.
Yes,
You also see on that same record a phone call on January 29th coming in from Michael Proctor at 12:49 p.m., correct?
yes,
Moving on down to January 30th, you see a record of a call at 9:51 a.m. from you to Michael Proctor, correct?
yes,
January 30th, about a minute later, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor lasting about 22 minutes, correct?
yes,
January 30th at approximately 4:45 p.m., you see a call from Michael Proctor to you, call lasting about 10 minutes.
correct.
Going on to the next day, January 31st, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor at 11:51 a.m., just before noon, lasting about 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Take a look at the second document, if you will. That covers that document or that time frame. The second document, you should see some highlights, and I'm going to ask you to start where there's a tab at February 14, 2022.
Am I looking at the second one or
May I approach you?
Yes.
this one?
February 14th.
Let me see the other document.
This one has the February 14th.
There you go. Thank you, Ms. McCabe. Taking a look at that document. And by the way, for the record, which one is that, M or N?
This is M.
M as in Mary.
Mary, yes.
Thank you. Do you see a record of a phone call on February 14th at about 3:55 p.m., lasting about 17 minutes between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
February 17th at about 5:19 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor at that time?
Yes.
February 28th at about 12:48 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
On the same date, February 28th, do you see a call at 4:34 p.m. with you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
March 1st at 10:16 a.m. Do you see a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor lasting 10 minutes?
Yes.
March 1st, you should see two calls, one at 4:51 p.m. and one at 5:06 p.m. Do you see those two calls between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes. One was 1 minute and the other was 2.
Thank you.
Those.
And Staying on that same date, at 5:50 p.m., do you see a call on March 1st between you and Michael Proctor lasting about 12 minutes?
Yes.
And then finally on March 29th, 2022, do you see a call at about 3:27 p.m. lasting about 4 minutes?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 29th?
Oh, okay, yes.
Okay. And that's about a 4-minute call at 3:27 in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay. And you had in fact, and that's all I have on those records. Thank you for
Okay.
that, Ms. McCabe. You had in fact met Michael Proctor in person on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
He was actually in your home and personally interviewed you, correct?
Yes.
Not only did you have him in your home, it was for the purpose of a formal interview between the two of you in person. Is that right?
Yes.
That was the time that Brian Albert was there
Yes.
in your home as well.
Yes.
And you had at least, I think we went through about 14 phone calls with Michael Proctor in just the next days and weeks, going all the way up through February and March. We've just gone over those, correct?
Yes, there are calls, but you're right about the number of calls, but some of them, I don't even know if they were answered.
And of course, that doesn't, and that may be true, but you're communicating back and forth, certainly,
Yes.
in the weeks and months following.
Yes.
And that doesn't include those records, just for brevity's sake, those records stop in March. But there were more communications in April, May, June, July, August, correct?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I think initially we communicated, but I'm not sure how long it went.
So,
And then I know we started communicating again in the summer of 23, I believe, or April of 23.
so you had spoken with Michael Proctor on the phone many times. We've just gone over those records, correct?
Yes.
You met him in person on the 29th.
Yes, when he came to interview me at my house, correct?
You just took the words out of my mouth. That was for a formal interview with you, correct?
Yes.
And it was in your house that you met him for that formal interview.
Yes.
And that was probably for some time. It wasn't a 2-minute conversation.
No.
Then in September or October of 2023, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I have been interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. I don't recall the date.
And you indicated just now that you began picking up conversations with Michael Proctor again in the summer of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were many more communications at that time, just before the September-October timeframe of 2023.
Yes, but that was in regards to something different than this case.
Not the subject matter, but you had met him and talked to him more times in the summer of 2023, correct?
I never met
That's
with
about
him. I
Turtle
just
Boy.
spoke with him.
Okay.
That's about Turtle Boy.
In that interview with Trooper Tully, you were specifically asked about your relationship with Michael Proctor when Trooper Tully sat down with you in that, I think it was a September or maybe it was an October interview, correct?
I don't remember the specifics of the interview.
He asked you specifically whether or not you had met Michael Proctor, whether or not you had any sort of relationship with Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I'm not sure the specifics of the interview.
Isn't it true that you told Lieutenant Tully that you had, quote, never met Trooper Proctor prior to September of 2023?
No, because Michael Proctor was in my house in January of 2022.
Exactly. The interview with Trooper Tully, I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
This is when Turtle Boy starts outing all of his shit. So this is when Morrissey's over here saying that there's no relationship and blah, blah, blah. And so he's proving, like, you would have never said that because you clearly were interviewed by him, right?
The interview with Trooper Tully in that fall of 2023, where did that take place?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Trooper Tully that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Lieutenant Tully's report?
I don't need to see the report because I know I told him that I met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
So again, Trooper Tully wrote that you never met Trooper Proctor before September 2023. That would be an error by him, correct?
You have to ask for an instruction.
So again, that is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not.
What?
Disregard the question and move on, Mr. Jackson.
If you had told Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, would that have been a truthful or an untruthful statement?
I object. I'd like to be seen.
Okay. Come to sidebar, please.
I'm confused by Alan Jackson, because I would want to be discrediting Tully more so than even her right now. Remember this whole thing about Jennifer McCabe allegedly with this affidavit is saying there's somebody on the other side of or somebody with the prosecution is saying, like basically, fuck you, I don't want to testify. I'm not going to testify how you want if Turtle Boy's not in jail, allegedly, right? Remember this whole big thing? And I'm thinking, what the fuck is Jennifer McCabe talking about? Like, she got herself into this, right? She's gotten herself into this. Why would she ever say, like, I'm not going to testify how you want me to testify? Why would she ever say that? I mean, this is all covering for cops. Why do you think cops aren't outraged? Why isn't Boston Police Department fucking outraged? I am now more convinced than ever. This is about cops killing cops. How the fuck can the O'Keefes watch this shit? Like, do you think it's because like Peg's over here sitting? Why do you think Jen called Peg first or third or whatever with the FBI? Like, because you wanted us to put together this timeline, or I mean, what?
Next question.
May I? Did you tell Trooper Tully, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, end quote?
I had never met Elizabeth
That's not my
Proctor
question.
prior. Well, there was a,
Did you tell Lieutenant Tully that quote?
if I can break that quote up because it's two thick parts.
No, you can't.
So
my
this has
question
been
is my
asked
question.
and answered. Move on, Mr.
Wait, excuse
Do
me?
you deny, as you sit here, telling Lieutenant Tully that quote that I just read? Do you deny it?
Sustained. Move along the questions.
How is that sustained?
Let's talk for a second about
That's exactly
the phone
what you're supposed to
calls
say.
John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022. I'd like to go through those calls with you briefly if I could. Your Honor, this has previously been marked Exhibit 26. Mr. Brennan has a copy, if I may.
Yes. Thank you. Do you want this one?
That bad.
Thanks.
Bev is fucking gross. Get a big whiff. This is going to be Hitler.
You've indicated on direct examination and earlier on cross-examination that you had multiple phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those phone calls ranged from about 12:14 a.m. until about 12:50 a.m., correct?
Come on, this is my jam.
There was a call at 12:14 and then at 12:18.
I'm sorry, I'm bracketing it. The
Oh,
calls
I
were between,
apologize.
that's okay, 12:14 all the way to about 12:50, correct?
Are you saying 15?
50, 50.
Oh, 50. Oh, sorry. I apologize. Yes.
You called John O'Keefe at 12:14 and 31 seconds, lasting about 49 seconds, and that call was answered, correct?
Yes.
And you see that reflected in Exhibit 26, is that right?
Yes.
Going in reverse chronological order on this exhibit, you also see a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds, wherein John O'Keefe calls your phone lasting about 36 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
You know that call was answered, even though it says it says unknown in the document, correct?
It does say unknown. Yes.
That 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column over.
It's because it was plugged into Bluetooth.
That's where it says unknown.
Yes.
But it also indicates that call lasted 36 seconds, so you know it was answered.
I don't know from this record it was answered, but I know from my memory that I spoke to him a second time. Yes.
You also made a call, moving out to the page before this, starting at the bottom of the page, at 12:29 and 44 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone lasting 7 seconds, correct?
That's what it says.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You deny speaking to John O'Keefe at 12:29 and 44 seconds.
Yes, I never spoke to him after 12:18.
Okay. Moving up, 12:41 and 10 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone indicating that was missed. You see where it says missed?
I do.
12:41 and 59 seconds. There was another call from your phone to John's phone, and that was also indicated as missed. Correct?
Correct.
12:43, 19 seconds. You called John O'Keefe. That was a missed call.
Correct.
12:46 and 16 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
12:47 and 52 seconds.
Yes.
At 12:50 and 37 seconds, you called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call as well.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, there's 7 calls. That you indicate you made to John O'Keefe's phone and that were missed. Is that right?
According to this record, yes, they were
And
calls
that
missed.
comports with your memory, correct? You indicated that you had called him multiple times that morning and there were missed calls, right?
I called him, but I also think that some of the calls I might have done inadvertently.
Well, we're going to get to that in a second. My question is that comports with your memory that there were several calls, according to the records, there were several calls made to John O'Keefe's phone, including 2 calls that you say you spoke to him, 12:14 and 12:18.
I spoke to him at 12:14 and 12:18, yes.
But you indicate every single call after that was missed, and you deny making those calls.
I'm not denying it, I just don't remember.
You've previously given explanation for what those calls were, these 7 calls that were missed between about 12:29 and about 12:50. That's 19 minutes. You'll agree, correct?
Yes.
If you divide 19 by 7, that's about every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes, your phone is calling John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
You've previously explained what you attribute to those phone calls.
There we go.
Yes.
What's your explanation?
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
I believe I called it a butt dial.
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than 20 minutes, correct?
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music, being with family. So if I inadvertently called his phone, I did.
Not
You're
only
fucking
have you
lying.
called him once, 7 times,
That phone wasn't moving.
according to you.
According to the record.
Come
And we
on
only
now.
know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct, but I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction, correct?
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I
Yeah,
am
she-
not aware of that.
What?
Next question.
Weren't you confronted with that at the last hearing a year ago?
She
Whether or
was.
not those phone calls actually exist on your phone logs.
Objection.
Do you
No.
remember that?
I remember you asking previously, yes.
When you
Bless you.
dial somebody by mistake, it requires several steps, doesn't it?
I'm not sure. A lot of times I just put my phone down, and the next thing I know, I think it's very common to do butt dials.
I knew she
So,
was gonna say I put my phone
you have an
down.
iPhone, is that right? Or had an iPhone.
I do, yes.
And that iPhone required a biometric or a passcode to get into to even open the phone. Mine's not open right now, right?
It's not open, correct?
And it requires, your phone required some sort of biometric interaction with the phone, otherwise known as Face ID. Or you put in a code, correct?
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted, the phone was open, and I could have accidentally called John. That happens to me all the time.
It also requires you to open the phone app, correct? For instance, if you're texting, you're in the text app. Is that right?
Actually, I'm not. I'd have to sit and look at it
Well, how often do you make phone calls, Mr. McCabe?
every day. Every day.
Every day?
Yeah.
Hundreds of times a day, right?
Not hundreds.
Dozens of times a day.
Yeah.
You have to open the phone app to make a phone call. You can't call somebody from the texting app, right? Is that right?
I'm not sure. I don't know what to tell you.
There's a list of apps at the bottom of the phone.
Yes.
Messages,
Mhm.
phone, right?
hmm
Is that yes?
Yes, and maybe
And
I
that's
accidentally hit the
So-
last thing, the last call. Like since I had talked to John,
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer my question.
I believe she is. Go ahead and finish.
Your Honor,
Okay.
approach.
Yeah. May we approach? Yep. No, she's not. May we approach? That's awesome because no, she's not answering my question. She's being argumentative. She's being argumentative. All right, so I'm very curious to see where he goes with this because listen, she would have fallen into my trap right here. She's saying that she's putting the phone in her pocket, okay, and so it's going in her pocket, and therefore, and she's doing movements, body movements, right? Okay, and whether she sits on it or she's walking and she puts it in her pocket, she's walking. She's like, she said, I'm going over to the music. I'm going back and forth to the door. Motherfucker, bring out this piece of paper. Well, Miss McCabe, if you put your phone in your pocket, right, and you're walking around, right? Okay. Where do you normally put it in your pocket? Your front pocket, back pocket? Normally when you have a butt dial or whatever, it would continue on until the person's voicemail would pick up, and then you would actually leave like a 4 or 5 minute voicemail. Okay. But yet somehow all of yours, no voicemails were left, right? So you happen to end it right at the right time that it didn't click into the voicemail? Okay. Her phone does not move. That's why she just said, I usually just put my phone down. Like if I make a call, like I'll make a call and it's just like, it's on like the table and I'm just talking. Like, I get that totally. But I'm usually not doing that and I'm walking around somewhere else that's far away from my phone. I'm usually not like, if I go away from my phone, I'm taking steps. The person couldn't hear me. So at 12:41 and 10 seconds, when she calls John, 12:41 and 31 seconds, her phone hasn't moved. At 12:41, yep, she's got steps in here. 12:41, 59 seconds, she's got steps with her ass, herself, her watch. At 12:43 and 19 seconds, her phone's no longer moving.
Ms. McCabe. I'm
Yes.
sorry,
She's not moving.
jumping the gun.
12:50, she's not moving. Her phone's not moving. 12:47.
So let me, Ms.
She's
McCabe,
not moving,
answer
the
only
phone's not
the
moving.
question that's being asked of you, okay?
Ms. McCabe, you're aware that when you're in the messaging app, you have to do something else additionally to open the phone app, correct?
Correct.
You have to touch the phone, is that right?
Yes.
That would open a separate app, correct?
Correct.
Then, once that phone app is open, then you have to choose the person to call, correct?
Yes. Sometimes the last dialed.
Right. That happens in the last dial. Scroll through, pick a person, make one tap. and that
She's
calls
such a
the person,
liar.
Initiates the call, correct?
That is one way. Yes.
But if you get out of the app, I'm sorry, if you close your phone, hit the lock button after a text message, none of that can happen without you having to open the phone and engage the phone additionally, correct?
If you hit the button to lock it, yes.
Right. So you indicated that these are all missed calls. Is that right?
That's what the records show. Yes.
In addition to a missed call, you've had missed calls before. You both received a missed call and you've made calls that were missed. Is that right?
Yes.
When you make a call that's missed, generally goes to voicemail, does it not?
It does. Yes.
So then you have to do something additional with that call. Push the end button, correct?
Correct.
Otherwise, voicemails just go on forever. And actually, they go on for 4 minutes, right?
I don't know how long voicemails go for.
So if you had missed calls, 7 missed calls, that's at least 14 interactions, double it, because you got to make the call, then you got to end the call. 14 interactions with your phone for a single missed call. I'm sorry, for
call.
7 missed calls.
It could be.
Yeah,
Yes.
call, end. It has to. Because you didn't get into voicemail, you dumb bitch.
And your testimony is you don't remember making a single one of those calls to John O'Keefe between 12:29 and 12:50, correct?
I do not remember making those calls. No.
As you sit here, do you deny making those calls between 12:29 and 12:50 to John O'Keefe?
Oh, I'm not denying that. No.
Okay, now fuck her up.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about January 29th, a little further on in the morning after you got home from 34 Fairview. Approximately what time did you get home?
I'm not sure. Maybe around 11:30, 12. I'm not sure.
Wait,
11:30 or 12?
It could be 11. Are you talking about? I'm confused. Are you talking about?
Let me rephrase the question.
Okay. Sorry.
On the night of the early morning hours of
Here we go.
January 29th, 2022, you left Fairview.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What
Okay.
time did you get home today?
2:13.
It was after 2, I believe. I'm not positive.
2:13.
You went upstairs, is that right?
Yes.
You began to engage with your phone at
Yes.
that time. What application did you open up on your phone once you got upstairs?
It could have been Hockomock Sports.
I'm sorry, I'm backing up foundationally. What
Okay.
application on the phone? Was it Safari?
Oh, okay. Yes. I think. Yes.
Do you use Safari as your browser?
I'm not sure what I used.
you opened up a search engine as well within that browser, did you not?
I just know I Googled Hockomock Sports, I believe. I'm not sure what app I opened or how I went about it.
So Google is a search engine. You use
Okay.
Google.
Possibly. I mean, that's just an expression, but I'm not, if you could show my record, I'm not sure what app I opened
Well,
or
Ms.
what.
McCabe, you've seen this record many, many times about that search early in the morning hours, correct? You know that it was a Google search.
It was Google. Okay, it was a
Okay.
Google search.
Okay, so it was a Google search using the Safari app.
Okay.
You indicated that you were Google searching Hockomock Sports and something about Ozone,
Yes.
Ozone Sports or
It
Ozone
was
Basketball.
Yes.
What time was it that you did that Google search?
It was when I was home up in bed. I don't have an exact time.
About 2:27 a.m., correct?
I'd have to look at a record. I don't recall
You
off the top
certainly
of my
recall
head.
that time frame, don't you?
I know I was home and I Googled that, but I don't remember the exact time.
You do recognize 2:27 a.m.
I do recognize it, but it's not from me remembering it from that night specifically. It's from me learning afterwards.
And what you learned afterwards was there was a Google search at 2:27 a.m., right? I mean, that's a layup, to use a basketball term, right?
There's a record, I think, of one.
Right. The record is of a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone. Is that right?
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read.
You're well aware. You don't have to be a phone expert to know that there was a Google search on your phone recovered at 2:27 in the morning. You know that. You've been told that. You've seen it. You've been asked about it dozens of times, haven't you?
I have been asked about it dozens of times, yes.
So let's set the foundation. There was a Google search on your phone at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Which Google search are you referring to?
It doesn't matter, Ms. McCabe.
Well, I know I did Ozone and I did Hockomock Sports.
And I didn't ask
And
you
those
that.
were the only two things that I Googled.
I didn't ask you what you Googled. I haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there. I've asked you, was there a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone?
If you want to, okay.
Are you fucking kidding me?
You don't remember, as you sit here, you don't remember that.
I don't.
You have no record. You have nothing in your mind about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's what you're testifying to in front of this jury right now.
Are you asking me if I made a Google search at 2:27?
Yes.
I don't know what time I was searching for Hockomock Sports and Ozone. I have no idea what time that was.
You're well aware that your records have been pulled, correct?
Yes, they have.
You've been confronted with those records many times, haven't you?
I've been asked by you, yes.
And by others, right?
Yes.
I mean, the police have asked you about it. You've been interviewed about it.
I've been asked by you.
And Mr. Lally,
Yeah, Mr. Lally asked about it, yes.
and every time you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all
We
I'm
didn't say
asking.
what kind.
It
We didn't
is,
say
but it's not one that I remember doing or making or did. It's not one I did. It's just one that is in a record that was misread.
that's not what we're talking
Are
about.
you denying that you made a Google search at 2:27 a.m.?
If you could show me this Google search, I'd appreciate it.
This is her coach failed her here. Yes, I made a Google search then. What'd you Google? Say what you Googled. Did you make a Google search for house on die in the cold? No, I did not. We only have the term butt dial. How many times did she say? I think she only said it, referred to it once as a butt dial.
Your Honor, we need a quick minute to find the record that I did not make over here. Can we take a brief recess, about 5 minutes?
I'll see counsel at sidebar. Well, if Ms. Little wants to keep looking, we'll come to sidebar.
Maybe she doesn't understand the question. Okay, the question is I didn't ask you what you Googled. I asked you, did you make a Google search at 2:27? Like, so maybe Bev's gonna say that right here. Because I think she's just so, I don't know. Yes, I made a Google search at that time. What did you Google at the time? Well, I only know that it's 227 after the fact. I didn't know at the time that I know now. Yes, 227. I made a Google search for this and this. So you didn't Google at 227 how slow to die in the cold? No. No, I did not. Yeah, and then after that's going to be asked and answered.
We're trying not to have you take a recess, so the lawyers are just going to get something done fairly quickly so that we can continue
If Jen McCabe,
up into the luncheon recess.
I wish that the jury would just say, if this
Your Honor, may I?
invasive
Yes.
bitch
Thank you.
would just answer the
Ms. McCabe,
questions.
I don't have a paper copy, but I'm going to ask you to take a look at something that we display on the screen and ask you a couple of questions about that. Can you zoom in?
Can Jen not breathe through her nose? Like, do you guys hear that? Like, it's so, she's got like, her nose is so stuffed up.
Okay, take it down.
Why? What's the problem?
That's not how it appears. You need to get rid of the column.
Oh,
That's exactly how it appears, Your Honor. That's the
House of
record.
Counsel at sidebar.
she wants the deleted part off. Coke tears your voice up. I know it messes with your. I mean, do you really think it's from Coke? It's from the surgery. I know people think that she's got nose job, chin job. I put the fucking white chicks fucking up on my thumbnail last night. Somebody said that I was racist. I'm like, you don't know who I am. Yeah. I mean, I have my allergies going on right now, but it's not even, it's like that. It's like she's got phlegm in her throat, though. It's like a weird, it's like a, I don't know, whatever. Whatever. I think the biggest blow today, holy shit. Lank had a party. Lank had a party. Lank had a fucking party. You guys, Lank had a fucking party. Ah! Shout out to no. Yes, yes, yes. $99.98. Thank you so fucking much. I love it when we find stuff accidentally. Yeah, we've just face plant on that. Not only did Lank have a party, but based off of Even Whitman's testimony, I was able to, I said, oh wait, Oakdale. I said, that's what that fucking flight of stairs is. Zoop. Sure as shit, side by side. Flight of stairs is where Lank's house is. Like, you can't, it's just like on the money. It's pretty just wild. Thank you there. Makeup Queen, thank you. Mods Atlanta, thank you. Makeup Queen. C Cells, thank you for becoming a member. Oh, again, Noelle just blasting. I specifically don't remember what I said. Oh, Noelle, that's so sweet of you. Thank you so much. I think those are the ones from earlier. I gotta give a shout out to Kelly gave me $200
Thank
Cash
you.
App. Holy shit,
Found the
Kelly.
paper.
Thank you
Thank
so
for your
fucking
patience,
much.
Your Honor, and Ms. McCabe, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to lunch. Get
Thank
some.
you.
What should we have for lunch today? You are an amazing human. Oh, you are the most amazing human I've ever known. Thank you so much, Kelly. That is fucking awesome. That is really kind. All of you guys, humbled, very humbled.
You indicated you wanted to see a record, Ms. McCabe. Did you see a record that indicated a Google search? Not what the contents of the Google search is.
There you
but
go,
it was a
Alan.
Google search.
I just saw a Celebrate record, yes.
And did you see the time of the Google search?
On that record, yes.
It's at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, you will agree that there was a Google search done, and now I'm going to ask about the content of Hoslong to Die in Cold, correct?
That was done in the morning at the request of Ms. Reed.
Ms. McCabe, I didn't ask you that. I asked you a yes or no question. Did you understand my question?
Could you repeat it, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Did that record indicate that there was a search at some point done, at some point, for Hustlong to Diane Cole?
I object to her reading the record. I'll look forward to it.
So was there a search on that at some point?
On that paper, was there a search that said that? Is that the question?
Let's start with that.
Yes. Yeah, there was.
Okay, now let me ask you a different question. You Google searched the phrase Hustlong to Diane Cole. Yes or no?
Yes.
On January 29th, correct?
Yes.
So you agree that you were on Google, correct?
Yes.
You agree that there was a search done at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I don't recall doing a search at 2:27. The paper says it. I don't.
Okay. And you also agree that at some point that morning, you plugged into that phone Hustlong to Diane Cole. Is that right?
Yes. After we found John O'Keefe.
Now, you claim that that was at 6:23 and at 6:24 in the morning, two iterations of how long to die in the cold. Hustlong to die in cold, how long T-I die in C-I-K-D, correct?
I'm
have it
not
as
claiming it. It's the truth. It's what happened.
622.
You're testifying to that.
Yes, I am.
You also testified that at the time you Google searched those phrases, it was Karen Reed screaming and yelling at you, shaking you to Google hypothermia, correct?
She was pulling on my sleeve.
Is that
Yes.
yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You have discussed this Google search and the issue of the hypothermia with Carrie Roberts, correct?
I told her in the days
Yes or
following.
no? You discussed it? or no?
Yes.
You discussed it in the days following January 29th, correct?
Yes.
You discussed it before her testimony at the grand jury, correct?
We discussed it after. We don't talk about what we're going to say before testifying or anything like
So in
that.
the 3 months between this incident and the testimony by both you and Ms. Roberts, you two did not discuss this hypothermia issue?
It wasn't an issue. It was just something she said, but we don't discuss it every day. There's no need to.
I didn't ask you if you discussed it every day. I asked you if you ever discussed it.
Originally, yes, we did discuss it in the first days following all of
And
this.
that would have been before either one of you testified at the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And we know that you were with her during her, just before her testimony at the grand jury. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're certainly aware that at the grand jury, that in prior testimony, Carrie Roberts corroborated your statement that
Thank
Karen
you.
Reed demanded to Google hypothermia.
What?
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Are
on,
you
Jackson.
aware that Carrie Roberts, well, let me ask it a different way. Have you and Carrie Roberts ever discussed the fact that she corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded that you Google hypothermia?
No.
She never told you that.
No.
Did you ever ask her that?
No.
Did you discuss your statement that Karen Reed was the one that demanded that search?
Karen Reed did ask me to do the search. Yes.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Did you and Carrie Roberts discuss that?
Yes, we've talked about that.
Are you aware that last week Carrie Roberts denied hearing that statement?
Sustained.
Wait, why?
Have you been told, have you been updated
Yes.
that last week Carrie Roberts
Under oath.
denied ever having heard that statement?
Sustained.
A
Why?
reproach?
Thank you. Fuck yeah, Ellen. Do not let it off. You're
Jurors,
gonna.
feel free to stand up and speak.
And that's Alan came in here with a totally different mindset. No, Bev, you don't own this fucking courtroom. Okay, you may have that fucking gavel, you may have those blowout bangs, but you don't own this courtroom. And we're gonna play by the law here. Okay, what's wrong with the question I'm asking? And what's his objection for? What the fuck? I'm allowed to ask if she has read, heard, or seen that Miss Roberts has basically, I don't know, recanted her shit. How come I can't ask her that? What's the problem here? And there is no fucking problem here. He's going to be allowed to say it. And if he doesn't, then that's just, he's asking it perfectly fine. Would it surprise you? Would it surprise you, Miss McCabe? Carrie Roberts testified last week or whenever the fuck it was. And when she was asked about this Google search, she said that she didn't understand Lally's question. And so therefore, it's technically not a lie that she said, but she needed to make us aware that she never heard anything. Ms. McCabe, when did you first ever inform Carrie Roberts that my client told you to Google hypothermia? Was that when you were coordinating your little timeline? How about this, Ms. McCabe? Why couldn't you just Google it on your own? Wouldn't you want to just know how long? I mean, you find your friend in the fucking snow, right? You said yesterday he was frozen to death, right? He felt weird, right? I could see myself Googling it. Well, fuck, how long is it?
So just one question on this. Just one question on this, please, Mr. Jones.
Have you become aware from any source that last week Carrie Roberts denied having heard the statement that was attributable to my client?
No.
You aware of that?
No.
Would it surprise you? Why can't he ask that?
You've reviewed the video from the dash cam out at the scene, correct?
I've seen it, yes.
You're aware that there is no video showing my client demanding a Google search anywhere in this case, correct?
I'm not sure what cameras were where.
You're aware that there's no audio of my client demanding a Google search, correct?
Correct.
You're unaware of any witness who can corroborate your statement that my client demanded a Google search. Any witness at all.
It was just the two of us. She had sent Carrie off.
Wait, she sent Carrie off?
So of course, Carrie
So now-
Roberts is not such corroborating
She
witness.
sent Carrie
Is that right?
off?
At least you understand that.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Carrie Roberts is not a corroborating witness for you. You understand that? You just said that.
Yes,
She
Carrie,
sent
I don't believe heard it. She
So
was
it's-
sent off.
What?
So it's your word and your word only, Ms. McCabe, that my client demanded a Google search. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Wait,
Ms. McCabe, you were with Carrie Roberts just before her grand jury testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
You had been with her to create a timeline of a version of events that occurred, correct?
I wouldn't say a version of events. We each put down what we remembered.
She saw what you put down. You saw what she put down.
Yes.
And you compared and contrasted those with each other to create that timeline, correct?
No, we didn't compare and contrast. I said, she called me, she said this, then Carrie, and someone was writing it down for us.
That
Who?
would be
Denise.
your sister. Who?
Denise.
It was my sister, yes.
Which sister?
My sister, Denise
What's your last name?
Galvin.
She here?
She is here, yes.
Where is she?
She's
Oh my
sitting
God.
over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Oh my gosh.
Sure, she's over there in the back with the striped shirt on.
Between the gentleman in the purple and the gentleman in the black?
Yes.
So she witnessed this timeline being prepared.
Oh God,
Right.
she's a witness.
She wrote the timeline, yes.
And then you've spoken to
Oh
Ms.
my God, she
Roberts
brings her into it.
several times about this case
Yes.
and about your perceptions of this case, correct?
We talk about what happened, and the aftermath of this case. We don't talk about the specific details as much as we talk about the aftermath of everything.
Ms. McCabe, the fact is you instructed Carrie Roberts to say that she heard that Google hypothermia statement from my client before she testified at the grand jury, didn't you?
No, absolutely not. I never instructed her to do anything.
You wanted some witness to back up your story about this Google search, correct?
No, absolutely not. I
Ms.
don't need.
McCabe,
It was said. Karen said it. It's that simple.
so you're the only person saying that.
Karen
Yes,
said
and I
it's
stand by that
simple.
110%.
And the reason that you wanted another witness to back up that statement is because you knew that that Google search for Hosselong to die in cold points a very uncomfortable finger right toward you, correct?
I never did that search at 227. I never needed to instruct somebody. No, I'm sorry.
There's that apology again. Has someone told you that you need to apologize when you say, when there's an uncomfortable question that you don't want to answer?
No.
Have you discussed this with anybody?
No, and that's
Has-
not an uncomfortable question.
Have you
I'm
prepped with
fine to
anybody?
answer it.
How many times did you say, I apologize yesterday in cross-examination?
I didn't count.
Probably more than 15, right?
I have no idea.
Have you prepped with anybody?
I'm just trying to answer the questions and be truthful as I can.
And you're aware that the Celebrite extraction that was done on your phone determined that of the three searches,
Mhm.
2:27 a.m., 6:23 a.m., 6:24 a.m., only one of them was recorded as deleted, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
She knows that. She has personal knowledge of that. What the fuck's? Why is that sustained?
Have you ever been confronted with having deleted a Google search off your phone? You ever
Yeah.
been asked that?
Yes, by you.
Do you deny that you deleted a Google search off your phone?
I never deleted a Google search off my phone.
So you
I
deny
never did that. I deny it, yes.
that you ever deleted a Google search?
Yes. I never made the search.
I'd like to move back to the time of about 6:03 in the morning, Ms. McCabe, when you, along with Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed, approached 34 Fairview.
He got her to say it. Fuck yes.
This is Exhibit 4. It's been previously entered into evidence, and I think you've seen part of this exhibit. Do you recall, before we get to the exhibit, do you recall my client when the first officer on scene, do you know his name, by the way?
I believe it was Officer Seraph.
When Officer Seraph approached, he asked the question, what happened? Something like that. Open-ended question. Do you remember that?
I don't remember what he specifically said.
Do you remember my client a few seconds later saying, my boyfriend, I left him. He never came home.
I don't remember the specifics of what was said.
Your Honor, if we could, I would ask that we queue up Exhibit 4 for the jurors at runtime 4:20.
Okay.
Before we play this,
Put your earbuds in.
I'm going to play just a second of it and ask if you can hear the volume.
Okay.
We could, Mr. Wolf? Could you hear anything?
Oh, I can hear. Yes. Sorry.
Okay. I don't know how loud it's going to be, quite frankly.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, will you please pay attention to the audio portion of this video as this is played? Could you hear that?
I heard something.
Could you hear my client? It sound like Ms. Reed?
It sounded like a female.
Did it sound like Ms. Reed, female?
I'm not sure I could, could I listen to it again?
With the court permission one more time?
One more time.
Could you hear it?
I could hear it. Yes.
What did she say?
I have no idea.
Did she say, my boyfriend, I left him and he never came home?
I could not make that out.
You testified on direct examination that you were basically a passenger along in this ride on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, that you are not the person in charge, correct?
I was in the passenger seat and Miss Roberts was driving.
It's a bad question on my part. Let me see if I can reframe that. You testified that it was Carrie Roberts who was basically the take charge person in the scenario between and among the three of you, Ms. Reed, and Ms.
Oh, who's got the
Yes.
bingo?
Yes.
Not you, correct?
No.
You were just sort of along for the ride, assisting how you could, correct?
I was trying to help Miss Reed and find John O'Keefe.
If we could play a clip starting at, and I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, to take a look at several clips. The first one starting at 6:21 runtime to 7:41. It's just over a minute. With the court's permission?
Yes.
You pause this. Do you recognize the three individuals in the foreground of this video?
I do, yes.
Can you start from left to right and describe for the jurors who we're looking at?
I believe that's me in the black coat. To the right of me is Miss Roberts, and on the other side of the car is Miss Reed.
Miss Roberts has, just to distinguish, Miss Roberts seemed to have fur on her hood where you did not.
Yes.
If you could go ahead and play that, please.
Thank you there, Christina.
You pause it, please. Can you see who it appears you're talking to at that point?
I don't know who that is, no.
Go ahead and play it. Pause it. Does it appear that you're engaged in conversation with that person while Miss Roberts is attending to something in the truck and Miss Reed is running back and forth?
Yes, I was speaking to whoever that was.
Do you believe that was a police officer?
I believe, yes.
Go ahead and play it. Mr. Wolk, if you'll stop it at 7:41, please. Could you see what was depicted in the video for about that minute and 10-second runtime?
Yes.
Did it appear that you were engaged in conversation with that other person?
Yes.
When that other person walked away, could you see his jacket?
I couldn't make it out now.
Did it appear to be he was a police officer?
I'm going to assume it was a police officer, yes.
Okay. In that video, who looks most like she is taking charge, you or Carrie Roberts?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one controlling the narrative, at least with law enforcement at that point?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one engaging in conversation with law enforcement while Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed are otherwise occupied?
I am speaking with law enforcement, yes.
Can we move to runtime 8:56? Pause it. Can you see yourself in that video?
I can, yes.
Which person are you?
I'm in the far right.
Speaking to someone?
Yes.
Who is that you're speaking to?
I can't make it out, but it looks like a police officer possibly.
And Ms. Roberts is directly in the middle of the screen, is that right?
I thought that was Miss Reed, but I could be wrong.
Let's go ahead and play it. And at 9:26, you'll stop, please. in that video clip, who among the three of you appear to be most engaged with law enforcement at that time?
Can you tell? Can you answer that, Ms. Reed? Can you answer that, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I can. I was speaking to police officers. Yes, I was trying to help them.
Okay. Can we go to runtime 1049? This will be from 1049 to 1155, Mr. Wolk. You pause it. Who is it that's just gesticulating in the video?
That is me.
We'll go ahead and play it. Did you see yourself in that video, that clip, about a minute-long clip?
Yes, I did.
Who among the three of you appeared to be most engaged with law enforcement in that clip?
I was.
Runtime 2022, Mr. Wolk. Stop it. Do you see yourself in that video?
I do, yes.
You've just walked in from frame right?
Yes.
From frame right going left?
Yes, behind Miss Roberts.
Okay,
Yes.
and that's you right in the middle of the screen?
Yes, it is.
And Miss Roberts had already run through, went to her SUV, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play. This is about a 2-minute clip for the court's edification.
All right.
And this is the last of them.
Oh, get her, get her, get her.
Mr. Wolk, can you pause it? Can you tell who you're speaking to there?
I think it's Mike Lank.
Go ahead and play it. Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, who was most engaged in that clip with law enforcement between and
was.
among you and Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed?
I was.
You noticed when Mr. O'Keefe was placed on the gurney in a prior clip and moved past you, correct?
Yes,
Did you notice what your reaction was when that gurney passed you?
I didn't know.
Did you see that you turned your back completely to Mr. O'Keefe as he passed by?
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
Ms. McCabe, when you got to the scene, we can take that down. When you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this was an emergency situation? High intensity emergency situation, correct?
I knew it was an emergency situation. Yes.
As a matter of fact, a man's life was in grave danger. You knew that.
Yes, I did.
And this is someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Not just a friend, but a police officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that minutes counted, right?
Yes.
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
Correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes.
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him. Yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
Didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't say, "This is my friend."
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say,
going
"This
to
is
give
my
a
friend"?
I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did
And
you say his name?
I just said a man because that was the most important identifying.
You didn't say John.
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow and
And
I
you didn't
wanted
say-
help there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer.
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No,
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no? Do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been something important to relay to the 911 officials?
I don't know.
You were even asked by the 911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR?
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it
You
was
didn't-
asked.
You didn't know if Carrie Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct?
And none of you were paramedics?
No,
None of you are first responders?
no,
None of you are trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
correct.
I have a question, Ms. McCabe.
Mhm.
On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road who might have had life-saving techniques trained into them? First responder, someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress, someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go in? Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You're staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
It's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either.
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
And you knew that there were warm blankets inside the house. Is that right?
I did, yes. There were warm blankets in the house.
And you
Those
still
weren't-
never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that was more important and 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you, Mr. McCabe?
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you in those precious seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Kerry blankets, giving him compressions.
And making those 2 very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered. Correct?
They were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
Wait, is she now owning
As I
this?
was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that. She didn't
No.
answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break.
Your Honor, I have 2 more questions,
Okay,
and I'll wrap it.
okay.
Let's talk about that real quick.
Sure.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep
They weren't coming outside, were they?
because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Correct. She didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone. And nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus. Can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
That's all I have.
All right, jurors, luncheon break. Let's take 40, 45.
Oh my God. He amped it up. Holy shit. Now imagine being in a house and people being stabbed to death. Like, dude, how is that going to sound to like jerk? I mean, wow. Ah. Wow. Okay. This is supposed to start back at 2. I'm gonna grab some lunch. Great. Like, why did you think maybe your family was fucked up? Like, they were all, out of it. Why would you go get your brother-in-law? He can immediately come and help. You're just calling cops like you're calling him. Like, if he's a cop, you're calling them. What's the difference? He's right here. There is no I'm telling you, they're doing a timeline. They are showing a timeline. They are showing a timeline with their expert, and their expert is going to, that's why he's emphasizing certain things that she's saying, to say that, she's toast. There's a lot of new things that she's claiming. She was saying last time that she didn't call her sister. Or maybe it was that she didn't answer, so they're sticking to that. The 507 is brand new. I'm sorry, we can't. Wow. All right, I'm gonna digest all this stuff, but we're gonna be back. We're gonna be back at 2. Woo! Holy shit! Put a 1 in chat. Put a 1 in chat if John's data is like, how are you taking this right now? How are you taking I think Hank Brennan. I think Jennifer McCabe just got absolutely fucking plowed. She just got wrecked. Like, those aren't normal things. Like, you would think, like, he's here, she's over here saying that I knew that he didn't come in the house. What does that have anything to do with anything? What are you talking about? You knew that he didn't come in the house. What the fuck are you smoking? That doesn't even make. Okay.
Oh,
Court is now open. You may be seated.
All right, so council's 10 minutes late. As I was walking out here, was told that the Commonwealth needs to see me.
Your Honor,
Oh, hold on, Ms. Reed's not here. All right, so council wanted to see me here or at sidebar?
I have no preference.
All right, if it's something to be done in open court, go right ahead.
So we had mentioned earlier at the end of Ms. McCabe's testimony, I have clips that I would like to play. There is a dispute regarding 2 of them. And I've given previous notice to the defense. They've would like different content in than I would. And I would hope to have a court's ruling before I played them.
All right, so I received an envelope, court copy, clip 17 was the only one I was given that was in,
That's a new one. The other
In
one was
dispute.
previously turned over to the court.
okay?
The ones we have a dispute on are clip 13 and clip 15.
Okay. So I viewed the other clips. There's an objection to 13 and 15? There's an objection to them? All right. Let's play them. They're quick, right?
Yes, they are.
Play them very quickly.
Just to clarify, it's not that we object to playing them, it's that they're incomplete. So she didn't finish her answer. So we're just asking them to be extended so she can actually complete. So we produced alternative clips. So there's 2 for each, 13 and clip 15.
All right, so the Commonwealth gets to play what they want, and then you can play yours at some point too.
Well,
I haven't seen-
Then if we don't have time, I can wait to have a hearing on this. I don't think the defense can play in self-serving statements because they think it's
Okay,
doctrine
I
conflict.
haven't seen it. All right. I saw clip 17. I have no problem with clip 17 coming in.
I don't think they have an objection to 17. The ones that are objectionable, I know we're pressed on a Friday. I can hold them till next week until the dispute becomes more clear for the court.
Okay.
It sounds like this is going to take more time than I thought.
All right, so I need what you have, Ms. Little. I need that to review this weekend. All right, anything else?
The second issue is, I should approach the side.
Okay.
All right, welcome back, Karen Reed, trial watchers. I am going to explain everything with now. I said, hey, listen, the defense has to explain this data. They've done it. I'll help them connect the dots just in case they missed the big piece of the puzzle. I think they've realized it. It is now perfectly clear in my mind. I had said that they went somewhere. Like if they went to 34 Fairview, I'm telling you, they all got in SUVs or vehicles and they left and went somewhere else. It's indicative of 1225 to 1235. They're not moving. Jennifer McCabe's not moving. Well, here it is. The reason the reason that Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe were like, no, what do you mean? We saw you arrive at 34 Fairview. You know, like, what are you talking about? You were out there. What? You know what I mean? Like, huh? No, and no. Karen had never been to 34 Fairview before. She's also never been to where before? Fucking Lanks. Okay. Why they have to get in front of like this whole Bella's mom and this whole fight? And if they would have been coming from the way that I told them, they should have been coming down Chapman. And dude, Karen fucking was never over there at 34 Fairview, ever over there at 34 Fairview. She dropped motherfucking John O'Keefe off at motherfucking Lank's 33 Oakdale Suck a Dick Drive. And Ian Whiffen had the balls to get up on that motherfucking stand and give Hank's narrative that's saying the only time that you're, with your ways and whatever is, oh, you're at a stop sign. So, you're stopped. Well, guess what? John O'Keefe is registering his 2 flights of stairs literally at Lank's property, where Karen Reed is supposedly, at a stop sign, just stopped there for a minute and 52 seconds. Get out of here. Bye. I knew it. I knew that it was somewhere else. I said the data is indicative of that. We have to, we need to see a little bit more. I'll be able to pin it down. And now I am, without a doubt, certain, and I think the people that were actually at 34 Fairview when, the Julie Nagels of the world, and the, Ryan Nagel going over there and saying, yeah, I saw a vehicle in front of us that was, somebody that was a female. Dude, yeah, it wasn't Karen Reed. It wasn't Karen Reed. It was Allie McCabe picking up Colin. It was somebody else. They did not follow what's her name? The SUV in there. Remember, it goes Waze is with John's phone. That doesn't mean that Karen dropped off John right now. What I see is that she dropped him off at Lank's. She didn't know whose house was who. She'd never been to any of these places before. This is going to be off the chain. This isn't Karen lying about anything. Karen didn't lie. Karen didn't lie about anything. Then it makes sense as to where Lank's wife is Carrie Roberts' best friend. Okay. Lank had a Blizzard party. Go listen to Good's call. Oh yeah, I wasn't there, but because I've been here all night. Makes perfect sense. Makes absolute perfect sense. Go look at the data. Oakdale is flat as hell, where Ian Whiffen says that John O'Keefe went up the flights of stairs. It's during the time frame that it's on Oakdale and it's at the stoplight. So this is just unbelievable. This is gonna be so good. This is gonna be so good. So good. Carrie Roberts, it's what was it? Lank has helped Albert before. Well, maybe it was time for Albert to help Lank out. But let's go ahead and just enjoy this clinic that Alan Jackson's about to put on. Let's enjoy it. How does John's phone connect to 34 Fairview? It's very simple. That's the easiest part. I said you have to explain the data. Explain the data. Explain the daddy data. That's going to be the easiest part to explain. I got you, Sandy, all day. I'm going to be able to explain that. Remember, extending a man's life. The data. I'll get all the maps out and I'll show you guys exactly where this is happening. And yeah, that's going to be insane. Paul's on a virtual date. This is virtual. Remember Alan Jackson said, we have an eyewitness that says that they saw John go in the house, right? Well, guess what? He never said what house, did he? Alan Jackson is going to have an eyewitness that says that John O'Keefe went into Lank's house, put a fucking steak dinner on it. I just believe that I don't know if Bob Alessi was a huge help. I don't know if me beating down the door to say, listen, this data is just whack-a-dack, man. But somebody figured the missing Lank out. Get it? The Lank out.
Court is in session, please be seated.
We bring Ms. McCabe in, please. Jurors, I know I said it was a 45-minute lunch. I apologize. No one intended to waste your time like this, particularly when we don't have much time left. Ms. McCabe, please. All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mrs. McCabe.
Good afternoon.
I want you to briefly tell us your memory of the weather when you first arrived at Fairview, when you left at Fairview, and when you returned the next morning a little after 6 a.m.
Okay. When I arrived at Fairview on the early hours of the 29th, the snow was falling, just starting to fall, starting to stick to the street and onto the windshields. When I left Fairview, it had, accumulated more where my husband had to wipe the windows. And then the following morning, when we were driving there, it was dark and the snow was like coming at the car. Like it was very hard to see.
When you returned the next morning, we've seen video from the dash cam. The elements, the visibility, is that fairly depicted in that dash cam?
Yes. But obviously it was lit more because of the lighting and the spotlights, etc.
From the moment that you first saw John until you went into your sister's home, is it fair to say a number of different first responders arrived?
Yes.
When the first responders arrived, did you see a number of different vehicles arrive?
I did, yes.
Did any of them have their sirens on?
Not that I recall.
Ambulance, fire truck, police cars, do you remember ever any siren on at all?
Not that I recall now.
And your sister and brother-in-law, you described how you went in the house and woke them up. They never came out before you woke them up?
No, they didn't.
There was a house right next to where you found John before 34. Do you know what address that is?
I would assume it's 32.
Did you ever see anybody come out of 32 Fairview and come over to John in the scene to help out?
No.
Across the street, there's a house that's in between 32 and 34 if you cross the street.
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody come out of that house and offer assistance to help?
No.
There's a house right across the street from 34 Fairview, isn't there?
Yes.
And did anybody ever come out of that house and come over to assist?
No.
When you were trying to help John that moment, have you ever been trained in emergency aid?
Probably 25, 30 years ago.
your state of mind. Best describe how you were feeling at that moment as far as your focus and what was going through your mind.
I was shocked, confused, nervous, scared, anxious. My friend was lying there on the ground. I had no idea what happened. All I wanted to do was to get help for John, and as fast as I could.
You saw on the dash cam, you spoke to a number of different people in law enforcement.
Yes.
In fact, during that day, a number of different people from law enforcement, did they call you?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Move along to Mr. Brown.
Did a number of people call you from law enforcement that day?
On the day of the 29th,
Yes.
Michael Proctor called me.
Okay. Did you speak to law enforcement after that day?
Yes.
Were you asked to engage in interviews?
Yes.
Were you asked to testify in front of grand juries?
Yes.
Were you asked to come to court and testify?
Yes.
Did you ever once refuse to speak to the police?
No.
Did you ever once refuse to testify?
No.
When you were speaking to the police on that dash cam, it's depicted on the dash cam, why were you speaking to the police?
Well, each officer that arrived had a set of questions of who it was, what happened, etc. So I was answering all the questions because my main focus was John.
Did you ever try to be evasive with the police?
No, I told them everything I knew.
Did you ever try to avoid speaking to them?
Objection.
The form.
Did you ever hold anything back from the police when you spoke to them?
Objection.
I'll allow that, and then let's move on, Mr. Brown.
No, I didn't.
When you interviewed with many different law enforcement and people involved in this case, were you ever given an opportunity to review somebody else's report after it was written and provide edits or your input?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
When you testified, are you testifying from what somebody wrote? They interpreted what you said months or years ago, or are you testifying from your own memory?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I'm testifying from my own memory.
You called 911?
Yes.
And that morning when you called 911, well, let me ask you, do you wear an Apple Watch?
I do have one, yes.
When you were speaking to 911 that morning and during that event, how did you feel?
Extremely nervous, anxious, scared, uncertain,
Do you think
panicked.
Do you think your heartbeat was up?
Yes.
At 2:27 the night before, or around that time when you were looking up Hockomock before you went to bed, were you of the same state of mind of fear and panic, or were you in a very different state of mind?
Objection.
Strike the fear and panic part. You can answer that, though. Were you of the same mind or different?
Different.
What was your state of mind at that time?
I was relaxed, just playing on my phone, looking up things before I went to bed.
Do you think your heartbeat was as elevated that evening as it was the next morning?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you made a search for how long to die in the cold or how long to die in cold, is that something that you thought of for yourself?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
Why did you do it?
Miss Reed asked me to Google it.
And when was that?
That was in the morning after we found him.
And had you ever attempted either of those searches before Miss Reed asked you to do that?
No, I didn't.
You were asked questions about the next day when you visited the O'Keefe home. And you read some records. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Do you remember going to the O'Keefe home?
I do, yes.
You went with who?
With Carrie and our 2 daughters.
You remember how many hours you spent with the O'Keefe family?
I don't remember how many hours, say a few.
Was it over 3 or 4?
Could have been, I'm not sure.
What is the reason that you spend so much time at the O'Keefe home the next day?
We went over to offer support, love, comfort, to be with them.
You weren't avoiding them, were you?
No.
Sustained.
after you left the O'Keefe home and reading the records, I don't know if this is your memory, it was suggested it was 5:12. Do you remember going to Fairview?
I remember driving by Fairview on the way to Mike Lank's.
When you went to Fairview, you asked questions about when you stopped by, whether that meant you went in or were outside. Do you remember whether you went in or were outside?
We never went in.
Have you seen your phone records that there are no calls to your sister when you went by Fairview at that time?
I haven't, no.
And when you went by, you were asked about that. In fact, you had been asked about that before, hadn't you? Whether
Yeah.
you stopped by?
Yes,
And Attorney Jackson showed you part of that statement.
yes,
Did you, when you were saying that's part of the statement, did you read the whole statement to yourself?
I did.
And to put that in completeness, had you, under oath, talked about the fact that you went by that day?
I'm confused by your question.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
You were shown page 181 and then 182?
Yes,
And so when you were asked about that before, had you in fact offered under oath that you did go by Fairview?
yes,
When you stopped by Fairview, according to the questions you were asked, or the records you were asked to read, it was 4 minutes you stopped by Fairview. Does that sound like your memory?
no, I know we drove by, slowed down, and we were looking outside.
Why did you want to go back to the very scene that you had seen that morning?
I think Carrie and I I'm not really sure. I think we just drove down and
All right, so your answer is not really sure.
okay.
Next question.
And then according to the records that were read to you, you went to Detective Lank's house
Yes,
and you were at that address for about 40 minutes, 50 minutes?
yes,
You were read or shown certain text messages between you and some of your family.
yes.
Was that a complete listing of the text messages in order that were on your phone?
I had a lot of text messages with them on my phone. Yes,
Were some missing from what you were shown?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You were asked about your state of mind. I'm going to ask you about some of those text messages in a minute.
Mhm.
You were asked about calls and text messages to John O'Keefe.
Yes,
Have you ever inadvertently called anybody before on your iPhone?
I'll allow it.
yes, many times.
And you were asked whether or not you remembered or knew that those calls were made to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Did you purposely make those calls?
No, I do not believe so.
If you inadvertently called on purpose, it wouldn't be inadvertent, would it?
True.
Did John ever answer any of your calls after that 1218 call?
No, he didn't.
And when you were reaching out to him, did you reach out to him the next morning after you heard from the defendant?
I did, yes.
What?
No, next question, Mr. Boyd.
Why were you reaching out to him?
Because I was trying to get in touch with him because Miss Reed said he didn't come home.
You were asked about your state of mind over the next couple days.
Yes.
And I'd like to ask you about some of the text messages reflecting your full state of mind over the next couple days.
All right, this has to be really brief.
All right, jurors, you're about to hear some evidence. And remember, I told you this morning that before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or created or sent, transmitted this communication was in fact the person alleged to have done so. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the person alleged to have transmitted, created these messages, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. And remember, what you're about to hear, you're not to use for the truth of the statement. It goes simply to the state of mind of Ms. McCabe at the time of the message. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. May I approach with a copy for the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. Jeez.
When law enforcement asks for your phone, was there any requirement you give that to them?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you voluntarily consent to give your entire phone to law enforcement?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I did.
I handed you a document that reflects your text messages from that morning and the next day. You were asked about some of them on the screen. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked how that affected your state of mind and the decisions that you were making, correct?
Yes.
I want to read along, and I'll indicate if you look at the number on the left, and then I'll read it, and you can let me know if I read it accurately.
Okay.
Starting at number 17, there's a phone call saying, please answer. Who are you calling?
I'm sorry, where does it
May I
say?
approach?
Yes.
Oh, that's the number right
This
there.
would be the number. This would be the calling. This would
Okay.
be-
Okay, so it's John O'Keefe. Okay. Thanks. Sorry.
Number 17, phone call, please answer. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Do you know at that point where he is?
No.
459-49, number 18. Karen is worried. We need to find you.
John O'Keefe.
504-40, number 19. Please answer so I know you're okay. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Number 26, 515-41, 129. Okay, I'm trying to call people. I will be in touch soon. Do you know who you're calling?
Don't recognize the number.
What are you thinking at this point?
I'm trying to find people. I'm trying to call people so that I can try to find John.
Number 31, 522-57, 129. Okay, I tried to Beatty. Okay, I just talked to her. What are you referring to?
I don't know whose number this is.
Okay.
Um,
At this point in the morning, you're making these phone calls. Do you know where John is?
no, I have no idea where he is.
Turn to number 48, 129-22 at 8:44. You're texting any update. What is your state of mind?
Which number is this?
Number 48.
48. I believe That may be to Kerry Roberts, and I'm trying to get an update from the hospital.
You were asked about your relationship with Kerry Roberts. At that time, before that night, how many times had you met her?
Once.
And you said in the moment, did that relationship change?
Yes, instantly.
Was it for collusion?
No.
Let me ask you, number 160, this is 129 at 2 in that afternoon. Do you have 160?
Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, I'm here.
160. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I can't stop seeing him in the snow. Jen, this is awful. Who's that from?
Kerry.
Is your state of mind collusion?
No.
I'll allow it. Don't ask it again, please, Mr. Brennan.
168. $129.22 at 2:04:32. You're calling Miss Roberts. Every time I close my eyes, it's all I see. I feel like I'm going to vomit. I just can't even. I know how close you two were. Can't imagine how hard the situation is for you. Does this reflect your state of mind that day?
Yeah.
I'll allow it. Objections noted. Next question.
You need to approach on this particular text.
Come to sideline. Oh, sideline.
May I approach your honor?
Yes.
This number's, I won't read it, but this number on top, whose number is that?
That is mine.
And the bottom number is who it's going to?
Yes.
So this text message, is this what you wrote
Yes, it is.
to Kerry?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I won't read that last text message again. However, it is correct that text message was from you to Ms. Roberts, number 168.
Yes, it was.
And the response in this text message, number 169, from Ms. Roberts to you, you were also, this is awful, Jen, I'm in shock.
Yes.
Number 170. And this one is from Ms. Roberts to you, 129.22 at 2:05:45. I literally am having wine. I don't know what to do. Calm down.
Yes.
171 at 2:06:35 on 129.22 from you to Ms. Roberts. I know I am definitely in shock and it keeps hitting me. I just feel so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to read one more. 172. And this is from Ms. Roberts to you at 2:13:41 on 129.22. I don't know what to even do. I'm so sorry for both of us. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 175. Again, to Ms. Roberts, 2/14/15, 1/29/22. Do you text, I talked to Peggy, I am devastated for them?
Yes.
And did you follow up seconds later at 2/14/56 on 1/29/22? I am so sick to my stomach.
Yes.
That day, did you have to speak to your children about what happened?
I did. Yes.
Was that part of your state of mind that day?
Yes.
I'll allow that.
Number 208 or 207. You receive a text from this number. I don't want to say it out loud, but if you could read it, 207. Do you know who that's from?
I don't.
Okay, we'll move to the next one then. 208, 1/29/22, 3/42/06. I've never felt so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 210, 4/33/40, 1/29/22. You text messaging somebody?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
I don't, just off of the number.
Okay. And this text message, is this from you to somebody?
Yes.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut, like I am about.
I'll allow it. Sent by this witness, the legend.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut, like I am about to puke. Besides seeing the awful image, trying to wrap my head around what happened to him. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Two 13. This is on 1/29/22 at 4/38/20. Do you know who was texting you?
Yes.
Who?
My friend.
Once things settle, you need to talk to someone and process the trauma. And then 2/14, you respond 1/29/22, 4/40/38. I have been shaking since this AM. I feel so sick. Everything started to be a blur and all run into each other.
Yes.
And this is at 4/40/38 at 1/29/22.
Yes.
And during that day, you've spoken to law enforcement
Yes.
and the days that follow.
Yes.
I'm going to move to 1/29/22, 7:52. If you look at number 289, please.
Okay.
At 289, is this a text from your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
Any update? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you were shown this text at 292,
Yes.
and you texted your sister, Kerry talked to cops, kept it simple.
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
I mean, the cops had gone to her house, but she had had a long day and been drinking some wine. So she said she just made it quick.
And you were sharing that with your sister?
Yes.
And was your sister part of many of these texts as part of your support group?
Yes.
Did anybody tell you that you shouldn't rely on your family and have a conversation about what you went through?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No, no one did.
And during that text time, the one I just read to you, was at 7:54:38. If you turn to 296, 129:22 at 7:56:50. Did your sister text you, okay, try get some sleep, talk tomorrow?
Yes.
And did you text back at 7:57? Yes, but don't feel pressure.
Yes.
And the next one, 298 at 7:57:07. Was your sister asking you for any updates?
Yes.
And at 7:57:13, did she text you, I love you, don't beat yourself up, you did the best you could?
Yes.
And just a few minutes later, one at number 308, please, 129:22 at 8:01 p.m.
Mhm.
Did your sister again write to you, okay, text me in the AM if you hear anything later?
Yes.
And you continued texting with her?
Yes.
You were asked about timeline.
Yes.
If you turn to number 761, please.
$761.
761, please.
What page is that on?
248.
I'm missing page 248.
You don't have a 2-page 48?
No, it stops at 212 and picks up at 253.
Yes, yeah, the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Could you remind us who asked you to put together a timeline?
Peggy.
Peggy.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
2 days later, January 31st, 2022, and this is at 10:26:29 a.m. Are you texting Ms. Roberts?
I am.
I have spent the AM trying to process that he is really gone and try to piece together all the events. Is that part of the process of the timeline?
Yes.
At some point on the 31st, was something happening around Fairview Road that you learned?
I believe there was police presence.
Was there any presence from the media, the press?
Oh, yes, there was.
Was that causing any concern?
I believe I talked to Peggy and she was,
Persisting.
And so on January 31st, 2022, we're at number 864.
Mhm.
You're receiving information. Do you know who this number is? It's calling you?
That's my sister,
Which one?
Nicole.
And she's texting you, news people came by and knocked on the door again. They're all leaving now, Peggy and them left about 15 minutes ago.
Yes.
And then at 1:18 seconds on 1:32:22, you text back, did you answer the door?
Correct.
Was this part of your state of mind on the 31st, what was going on around the house?
Yes.
Just a few more. in trying to recount for people who asked you that morning and over the next couple days, some of what's reflected in those text messages, was that part of your state of mind?
Yes.
Was it in any way affecting the way you were remembering and thinking about what had happened?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
Your Honor, subject to redactions, I would seek to introduce all of Ms. McCabe's text messages.
So we'll deal with that later. Is there an objection?
There is.
We'll deal with that later.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. McCabe, a couple of follow-up questions. You indicated on redirect examination that there were no sirens that you heard that morning with the approach of the first responders. Is that right?
I don't believe there was.
But they did have their lights on.
I saw a spotlight, yes, and I do believe they had lights on, yes.
Flashing red and blue lights or red lights, some combination thereof, correct?
Correct.
That was cruisers, police cruisers, correct?
Yes.
There were fire SUVs, in other words, a captain of a fire department.
Possibly.
There were fire trucks and fire engines. You know the difference?
No.
Fire engine, big one with a ladder on it.
Yes.
There was an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And all of them had their emergency lights on.
Most likely, yes.
All of them had their motors running.
I'm not sure if they were all running. They could have been, yes.
Certainly you would agree that there was a cacophony of diesel engines and gasoline engines and internal combustion engines that were running right outside of 34 Fairview, although no sirens, correct?
I wouldn't exactly say right outside of 34 Fairview. I'd say there were some right outside of 34 Fairview, but the first vehicle pulled up kind of right just on the right end, and most of the vehicles with the lights on were to the left. So they were actually more in front of 32 Fairview. But there were vehicles. There was Miss Roberts' vehicle, and then I believe another vehicle pulled up. I think I remember from seeing the dash cam.
And Sarah's cruiser, correct?
Yes.
And Mulaney's cruiser, just on the other side of Terry Roberts' vehicle, correct?
Yes, I don't believe lights were on. His lights were on.
And there was an ambulance just to the left and behind Sarah's vehicle, correct?
Yes, which would have been in front of 32 Fairview.
Lights on that as well?
Yes.
All facing in the direction of 34 Fairview, correct?
Facing, but out front of 32.
So is there a reason that you're so resistant to admit that there was a cacophony of sound and noise outside of 34 Fairview?
No.
Okay, so there was, correct?
Outside on the front lawn, yes,
Yeah.
side lawn.
And there was also some people yelling and screaming at a high pitch, right?
Yes,
Both Miss Reed, who was yelling and screaming, correct?
correct.
And Miss Roberts, who at least at some point told her to shut the fuck up, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about the stop at 34 Fairview on the way to Sergeant Lank's house on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan just now, correct?
I was, yes.
He showed you a couple of pages of your transcript from that question and answer, correct?
I believe he showed me a page, yes.
And you noted that this was a question and answer from a hearing last year in this courtroom.
Yes,
And you admitted that you stopped, but actually, let me rephrase that. You were confronted with the fact that you stopped at 34 Fairview on the way to Officer Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, by me on cross-examination, correct?
yes, you asked me.
You also indicated that you have never refused to speak to the police, any law enforcement officer in this case.
That's
correct?
not true.
I've spoken when but asked to, yes.
That's not true.
But in point of fact, when you were approached by the two law enforcement agents
Yep.
who were not connected to Massachusetts State Police or to Canton PD, you suspended that interview and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I welcomed them in my house, sat with them, and then I stopped. And then I met with them a few times after, and I answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told. And as you know, I know they're no longer investigating. So I think I helped them well.
And you're obviously well aware that in that first interview, you stopped the interview cold and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I said, I'm going to stop and I'm going to seek some counsel. Yes.
The text messages.
Seek counsel.
You just read a series of text messages that Mr. Brennan actually read for you and you agreed with, correct?
Correct.
Were any of the text messages that you just read in the group chat that I showed you in cross-examination?
Nope.
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
And that group chat included you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And you
That was
weren't
a
saying
private
those
chat
things.
among the four of you. Is that right?
That's just a chat with them. Yes.
And you weren't saying those things.
You read some text messages to and from Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You had just met Carrie Roberts. Isn't that right?
Yes.
She's not a McCabe. Is that right?
Correct.
She's not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
You even read some text messages with your minor children, correct?
Just now?
Yeah.
I don't believe any with my children.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a couple of text messages, or at least one text message with your children, didn't he?
No, he didn't.
Objection.
She can answer that question. Is that what happened?
Did I misunderstand?
No, I honestly didn't read anything from my children. I think one, I said a friend, another time I didn't know who it was, but I do know my children's phone numbers, and no, it was
Okay.
none of my kids.
Obviously, the kids are not on that group chat, that private group chat that we went over, correct?
Oh, yes, correct. They're not.
Well, let's talk about those unidentified numbers. You said this is a number I don't recognize, and Mr. Brennan read to you a text to that person, correct?
Yes,
Whoever that is, that person's not a McCabe, correct?
they're not one. Correct.
And that person's not an Albert.
They could be. Again, it could have been Chris Sal, but Julie, I don't. One of the numbers I didn't recognize because I have everybody in my phone with the name, so I don't recognize every number.
And that person certainly was not in that group chat with you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe,
Correct.
And then there was a friend. You said this is a friend, and I don't need you to identify the friend. But whoever this unidentified friend is, that friend is not a McCabe and is not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
And that friend was also not in that group chat that we went over in cross-examination. Is that right?
Correct.
These are all people outside of that group, among whom you engaged in the chat that we saw, correct?
Correct.
And that includes Carrie Roberts. She was not included in that group chat where you talked about the case and talked about what she was and wasn't doing with law enforcement, right?
Correct. It was just my sister, my brother-in-law, and husband.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Why isn't he pointing out that she wasn't upset? He better talk about the goddamn watch. Like, do you have to remind them or do they get it? Like, you weren't saying how upset you were in that group chat, were you?
No, that's all I have.
All right. Ms. McCabe, you are all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
She'll be recalled, no doubt about it. Maybe she won't be. I don't know. They can just probably polish her off with an expert.
All right.
I'd like to play a couple of clips.
Yeah, I'd ask you to just wait 10 seconds.
I'm sorry.
Clippy time.
All right, you can play them now.
Clip.
May I proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids, who lived very close to the outworks. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the outworks when I was driving, she said, it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John were hooked up prior to John and I dating.
Can you imagine being in
This
this?
woman.
Hold on, hold on before you play it
We've
again.
already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
Can you imagine
12A,
your name? Your
please.
name gets called like Ashley, that bitch. All right, Ashley clip. Oh, June 15th, docuseries.
Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own home with children, or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
Campus. It's on campus, sleeping on someone's couch.
We'll backtrack later. Let's start with so who are you with? I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I describe this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And finally, clip 17, please.
We need to see the court before this one's played.
All right, hold that, please.
Okay. Oh God, I don't even know what to say. Carrie Roberts starts chugging wine. All right, so as we noticed, there's no Paul O'Keefe and there's been no Peg, and there has been no Paul or Peg since they came back from lunch break. I have no idea why.
Call Ms. Hannah Knowles to the stand.
Oh my God. Oh my God. So Jen McCabe, Hannah Knowles, and Lally over here. He's going to get another stab coming out of the bullpen, Lally. Lally's been warming up. Lally's facing his second witness.
remain standing, face the question, raise your hand.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Certainly. My name is Hannah Knowles. My last name is spelled Knowles.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And prior to working at the lab, where did you go to school?
I have a Bachelor of Science from Simmons University in Boston and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the George Washington University.
And how long have you worked at the State Police Lab?
Since October of 2006.
And in what capacity do you work there now?
I'm currently a Forensic Scientist 4 in the Toxicology Unit. Promoted to a Chemist 2 position after about a year. There was a position available in the Toxicology Unit, so I applied for that available position, transferred to the Tox Unit in about August of 2007, and have been in the Toxicology Unit ever since.
And Ms. Knowles, briefly, if you could describe sort of what is the difference between a Chemist 1 and a Chemist 2?
At the time, the job series for folks that worked at the crime lab was the Chemist series. A Chemist 1 was an entry-level or trainee type position where the individual was responsible for progressing through the training program, assisting with casework as they are authorized on different modules. Chemist 2 was a bench-level analyst, someone who had completed training or had a significant amount of authorizations and could work on casework and worked independently from that point forward.
And similarly, what is sort of the difference between a Chemist 2 and a Chemist 3?
The Chemist 3 series that was in place prior to 2014 was a first-level supervisory role. It was somebody who oversaw the day-to-day operations and the work of Forensic Scientists 1 and 2, or Chemists 1 and 2.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities at the State Police Lab?
In 2014, those chemist classifications that I was describing got changed to forensic scientists. Forensic scientists 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is the series. Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 4, and so my role is overseeing training and validation for the toxicology unit.
Is there a continuing educational component to your work at the lab?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that for the jury, please?
As part of our accreditation, analysts are required to participate in continuing education at least once per year as they continue to work in their role. Continuing education can consist of participating in workshops or webinars, attending conferences or meetings, or documenting ongoing literature review of new journal articles as they're published.
What is proficiency testing?
Proficiency testing is something that we utilize in the laboratory to assess processes and competencies of an individual, as well as the processes that are in place for a particular unit or department or scope of testing. Proficiency testing is also an accreditation requirement. Individuals are required by our internal processes to participate in proficiency testing at least once per year as sort of an ongoing assessment. And what a proficiency test is materials that are purchased by the laboratory from a third-party vendor. Those materials are analyzed as if they were casework, but there are expected results or known results for those samples. Once the laboratory processes those samples, just like their casework, we submit the results to the external vendor that we purchase the materials from. The results are compared to the expected results, and we have to have our results meet those expected results in order for the proficiency test to be considered successful.
Now, over the course of your years at the lab, have you undergone proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed each of those respective proficiency tests that you've taken?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Now, is the State Police Lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
The Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab is currently accredited by the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
And what does that accreditation process consist of?
The accreditation process consists of on-site assessments as well as remote or virtual assessments to evaluate our policies and procedures, our personnel, our management, as well as our facilities to ensure that we are meeting established accreditation standards. The standards that we're currently accredited to is an international standard 17025 with additional requirements for forensic testing laboratories. And so there are folks that come from that organization, ANAB, that come to evaluate all of those different aspects of our processes to ensure that we are meeting the standards set out in their requirements.
And the State Police Lab, in particular, the toxicology unit within that lab, is that accreditation up to date at this point?
Yes, we're currently accredited to that standard.
Now, just in general terms, Ms. Knowles, if you could explain to the jury, what is forensic science?
Forensic science generally is the application of science to questions of law.
And just again, in sort of general terms, if you could explain to the jury, what is toxicology?
Toxicology generally is a study of chemicals and other substances and how they impact a living organism or a person.
Now, asking a little more specifically, what is forensic toxicology?
Forensic toxicology is generally looking at drugs and alcohol in the human body and how it affects the individual and applying chemistry and other disciplines to measure the concentration or determine the presence or absence of relevant substances.
Are there different types of alcohol?
Yes, there are.
And what are those types?
Generally, alcohols are a family or a group of drugs or chemicals that have a specific functional group or a specific structure. The types of alcohols that are analyzed in the laboratory that I work include methanol, ethanol, and isopropanol.
Oh, okay. Those kind of.
What are the differences between those different types?
They all have similar but slightly different structures. Methanol is a solvent. Sometimes it's called wood grain alcohol. Isopropanol is rubbing alcohol or 2-propanol, and that is typically used as a disinfectant. And ethanol is the type of alcohol that we typically are referring to when we talk about alcoholic beverages. It's what's present in those types of liquids.
Now, Ms. Knowles, through your training and experience, are you familiar with a term known as a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain that term to the jury?
Sure. A central nervous system depressant is a drug or a substance that works to slow down the reactions of nerves in your body. It makes nerve cells slower or less likely to respond to stimulus.
Now, is alcohol a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, it is.
And how would that central nervous system depressant affect the human body?
The effects depend on the concentration or the amount that's present in the body. Effects range, depending on that concentration, from slowing reaction time, reducing heart rate or respiration rate in an individual. That slower respiration rate can also result in drowsiness or unconsciousness. Slower reaction time and more limited muscle control can also result in outward appearances like a staggering gait or slurred speech. It can impair balance and motor coordination. Because nerves are responding more slowly, alcohol can also, or ethanol specifically, can impact your brain's ability to form new memories. It can impact your body's ability to perceive and apply critical thinking. Again, all of those effects that I just described, they can be present depending on the concentration and the individual and how they're responding to that particular concentration of ethanol at any particular time.
Now, how was work assigned within the state police lab, specifically within the toxicology unit?
Generally, supervisors will come up with a monthly schedule or rotation where the different types of work in the unit are divided amongst authorized analysts. And then casework is assigned according to that rotation. If an individual has previously been assigned work for that case or has previously issued a report for that case, then sometimes we go off rotation and assign a case according to that previous involvement or previous report that was issued for the case.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-06576 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I was.
And what is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to prepare a serum conversion report and a retrograde extrapolation report relative to this case.
Now, how many serum conversions have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I've prepared over 100 serum conversion reports since I was authorized in 2008.
And how many retrograde analyses have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I would say approximately 15.
Now, starting with a serum conversion, can you please explain to the jury what a serum conversion is and how it is that it's conducted?
Certainly. A serum conversion is a service that the laboratory offers when a or a serum ethanol concentration has been determined, and it would be helpful or relevant for us to approximate what a corresponding whole blood alcohol concentration would be. When we're talking about blood alcohol concentrations or blood ethanol concentrations and serum ethanol concentrations, serum ethanol concentrations are always higher than a blood alcohol concentration. If you had a blood and a serum sample that were collected from the same person at the same time, you would always expect the serum alcohol to be between 13 and 19% higher than the whole blood. So for that reason, that difference between the two, this service that we offer can assist to approximate what a corresponding whole blood ethanol concentration would be based on testing on a serum ethanol concentration.
And did you have occasion to perform a serum conversion with respect to this defendant?
Yes, I did.
And what materials or documents did you receive in order to perform that analysis?
For the serum conversion, I referred to medical records that were provided with a request.
May I approach and retrieve what's been previously marked as Exhibit 37?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that document? May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, sure.
Turn your attention to a previously tabbed portion of those records. The 52nd page of those records. Do you recognize that?
Yes, the flagged page is consistent with the portion of the medical records that I had reviewed in preparation for doing the serum conversion calculations for this report.
And those medical records pertain to a Ms. Karen Reed from the Good Samaritan Medical Center. Is that correct?
Yes, they do.
And in those records on that 52nd page, what was reported as the defendant's ethanol level?
The results are recorded as an alcohol result with a value of 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And pursuant to those records, at what time was that sample taken from the defendant at the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
The collection time listed on the medical records is January 29th, 2022 at 9:08 a.m.
Now, that recording and a measurement of milligrams per deciliter, is that typical for how you see ethanol measured by hospital labs?
Yes.
And did you conduct the serum conversion for this defendant's reading consistently with how you do in every case that's assigned to you?
Yes.
Now, please explain to the jury how you're able to convert that serum level reading to a blood alcohol concentration.
So the way that the calculation is performed is kind of in two steps. So the results are listed in milligrams per deciliter, which is common in clinical testing. And to convert it to the type of units that are typically used for blood alcohol concentrations, we just divide by 1,000 to get that into the right units. So 93 milligrams per deciliter converts to 0.093 grams per cent. And then to perform the serum conversion, or to get this serum ethanol concentration into what we would estimate to be a blood alcohol concentration, we apply two conversion factors, a low and a high conversion factor, to account for the range that we see in the typical population. I'd mentioned earlier that serum is usually between 13 to 19% higher. So we divide that 0.093 by 1.13 and by 1.19 to get a low and a high blood alcohol concentration for that range.
And those conversion factors that you just mentioned, where do those come from?
The conversion factors come from literature where they've performed experiments similar to how I described. They have individuals that have ingested ethanol. They collect samples from them and test their whole blood and test their serum alcohol concentrations, and then compare them and see what the ratio is between them. The current ratios that are used by the laboratory, the 13 and 19%, those are also consistent with consensus body documents, or sort of industry standards that we utilize and base our protocols upon.
Now, that 13 and 19%, how long have those conversion factors been in place?
There was a consensus body document published in 2024. And so we adjusted the serum conversion factors that had previously been in use to those new published, or those new recommendations in September of 2024.
Now, does the change in conversion factors recently adopted by your lab, does that benefit the patient or the person for whom you're converting the ethanol to blood alcohol concentration?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Does it?
Yeah, the previous factors we used between 12 and 18%. And so when you perform that conversion, it typically ends up with a equivalent or lower blood alcohol concentration. And so it could be interpreted as being favorable to a defendant.
Now, why are they presented in a range?
We don't use just one conversion factor because in the studies that we base our procedures on, it demonstrates that the general population does not have one consistent conversion factor or ratio between their whole blood and their serum alcohol concentrations. And so to ensure that the conversion that we're utilizing applies to most of the general population, we use sort of the extremes of what we see in that literature, like a high and a low, to make sure that our approximation falls, that the true value would fall somewhere in between that low and that high value.
And what did you calculate as a low and a high range for this defendant's blood alcohol concentration from that alcohol reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
So the 93 milligrams per deciliter serum ethanol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.092% or grams per cent.
And again, Ms. Knowles, that's at the time that the blood is drawn at approximately 9:08 a.m. on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to retrograde extrapolation, can you explain to the jury what a retrograde extrapolation is?
Sure. A retrograde extrapolation is another service that the laboratory offers, where it's a calculation that we can perform when we have a alcohol concentration that was measured at a particular time, and it would be helpful or relevant to know what that person's blood alcohol concentration was at some point prior to that sample having been collected. What we're doing with this calculation is taking what we know about how quickly the human body is capable of breaking down alcohol, and applying that rate of elimination to the time interval between when the sample was collected and tested and when there might be a particular time of interest, a car accident or some interaction where that person's blood alcohol concentration might be relevant.
And how is that done?
Similar to the range of conversion factors that we were looking at with the serum conversion, we know that the rate of elimination in alcohol in humans varies from person to person. And so based on studies where they're looking at rates of elimination in large groups of people, we know that alcohol can break down at a rate of between 0.010 and 0.025% per hour. And so we take when we're looking at a serum conversion and then being combined with a retrograde, we take the smaller of the serum conversion range, and we add that to the slowest elimination rate multiplied by a time interval. And then we also take the larger of the serum conversion values, and then we add that to the fastest elimination rate multiplied by the time interval. We use a smaller time interval for that sort of minimum calculation to account for the fact that we don't want to overshoot that estimate of blood alcohol concentration. If there was some unabsorbed alcohol, we don't necessarily always know when we perform these calculations, the drinking history or like when the person had stopped drinking that day. And so we usually subtract 2 hours from the time interval when we're doing that minimum calculation to have a more conservative estimate. So we're applying the time interval, the rates of elimination, and looking at what we have for blood alcohol concentrations, all to be considered when we're performing the calculation.
Now, what categories of information do you need in order to perform a retrograde analysis?
We need to know what the blood alcohol concentration was at the time that the sample was collected. We need to know the time the sample was collected, and we need to know the incident time or the time of interest that we're sort of calculating back to. There's a couple of requirements to be able to perform this calculation that we have to ensure. We have to make sure that there's at least been 2 hours in that time interval between the time of collection and the time of interest that we're looking at. We can't calculate backwards with that very narrow window because we can't be sure that the person is entirely in the elimination phase, that their body has reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and they're just breaking down alcohol at that point. And we also know that this simple rate of elimination calculation can't be accurately modeled once we get down below between 0.02 and 0.03. So we have to make sure that the starting blood alcohol concentration is at least an 0.03 or higher in order to be able to apply that math.
Now, how is it that alcohol is metabolized within the body?
Generally, after someone stops drinking alcohol, their body reaches a maximum blood alcohol concentration. And then after that maximum is reached, for most folks, that's between 30 and 90 minutes after they stop drinking. And then the body breaks the alcohol down over time in a very predictable, linear fashion, down until it gets down into about 0.02 and 0.03. The mechanism that the body uses to metabolize, some alcohol is excreted in urine, some alcohol is evaporated and removed from the body through your breath, but the vast majority is broken down with enzymes in your body that convert the ethanol structure into water and carbon dioxide.
What are the phases of metabolism for alcohol in the body?
So alcohol, once it's ingested, moves through the body in a couple of different phases. One, initially, the body is absorbing alcohol. Then the alcohol is distributed throughout the body where it can have its effects. There's the metabolism phase and then elimination. Most drugs and alcohol all kind of follow that same pattern in these different phases. And so I'd mentioned elimination phase earlier. That's after you've reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and your body is no longer absorbing, it's fully distributed in your body, and then you're just breaking it down and your body's removing the alcohol or the ethanol from your system.
Now, in a retrograde analysis, are you calculating for a single number or something else?
So because we don't know an individual's particular rate of elimination, we use a maximum and a minimum, a fast and a slow elimination rate. And so our results for this calculation are always expressed in a range to ensure that that individual's actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between the range that we provide.
And can you please explain sort of that range and the size of it for the
The range that's provided as part of these calculations, the size of the range depends on the facts of the case and the amount of time that's passed between the time of the incident and the time of the sample collection. The more time that's elapsed, there's a greater difference between the faster and the slower rates of elimination, the 0.01 per hour and the 0.025 per hour.
And what do those minimum and maximum blood alcohol concentration numbers signify?
They signify the smallest and the largest concentration that could be reasonably expected based on the blood alcohol concentration and the rates of elimination that are being applied in the calculation.
Now, were you able to perform a retrograde analysis from this defendant's alcohol blood testing from the Good Samaritan?
Yes, I was.
And similarly, did you perform that in conformity with how you performed prior retrograde extrapolation analyses in other cases?
Yes, I did.
And what time was utilized in your analysis as the time of vehicle operation or of incident?
12:45 a.m., January 29th, 2022.
And do you know where that time came from?
I believe it was the time specified in the request from the district attorney's office.
And why is time of operation or time of incident important?
Because the time interval that we use in the calculation depends on the starting and the ending point of that calculation. So the time of incident is important because that's what we're basing the math on.
And what was the resulting minimum and maximum numbers that you calculated for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration from her blood testing reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
That based on the 93 milligrams per deciliter value that was obtained at Good Samaritan, that the blood alcohol concentration for that individual at 12:45 a.m. Could be between 0.14 and 0.28 grams per cent.
And so you calculated the defendant's blood alcohol concentration to be between 0.14 and 0.28 at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach just to retrieve your honor?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Right.
No further questions. You're
At
nutty.
this point, I'm only going to give you about 5 minutes.
I was going to ask the court to cut me off so that
Okay.
nobody's late today.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
The Mass State Police Crime Lab you mentioned is an accredited forensic lab, correct?
That's correct.
That means that your lab has met specific internationally recognized standards for both quality and competence, correct?
There are aspects of quality and analyst competence that are addressed in the accreditation standards, yes.
It also means that your lab has demonstrated a commitment to best practices and to ensuring the reliability and accuracy of its forensic work, correct?
Yes.
And there are several requirements in order to become accredited, right?
Yes.
One of the most important requirements is an independent external review of your lab's quality management system, correct?
Yes, that's definitely one important component of the accreditation process.
That independent external review also evaluates your lab's technical systems, correct?
Yes.
And its procedures.
Yes.
And an external review means that experts from outside your lab come into your lab to review your work, right?
Yes, the review includes the procedures and the operating protocols, and there is some element of case file and specific work review.
Within your lab.
Correct.
And they make sure that you're following established and proper protocols, correct?
Yes.
Now, as a forensic scientist is one of your responsibilities to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance, and control requirements to make sure that you're complying with accreditation standards?
Yes.
And you take pride in your lab's accreditation status, correct?
Yes, it's an achievement that's obtained by the hard work of a lot of folks at the lab working together.
You make sure, or you do your best to make sure that the lab is in compliance because you don't want to lose that accreditation status, correct?
Correct. It's important to ensure confidence in our results, to maintain the quality and maintain the accreditation.
Okay. In contrast to the accreditation standards for a forensic lab like yours, the standards for a hospital lab may be different, correct?
Correct. Typically, accrediting bodies for clinical chemistry or hospital systems are different accrediting bodies or different standards than forensic standards.
Okay. And a forensic lab exists for a different purpose than a hospital lab. Is that right?
Correct. They have different customers and sort of different scope or intention for the use of their results.
Sure. A hospital lab tests and analyzes blood for its use in diagnosing medical illnesses and for medical purposes, correct?
That's consistent with my understanding, yes.
Sure. And it's not for meeting court admissibility standards like your lab, right?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Your lab follows strict procedures that an expert from your lab can have confidence in the lab results when they come to testify in court like you're doing today, correct?
Yes.
As you testify here today, you have no information that the lab at Good Samaritan Hospital is an accredited lab, correct?
Correct.
And in addition, Good Samaritan Hospital is an external party in terms of its relationship to your lab, right?
Yes, and for that reason, the type of calculations that we performed based on medical records from Good Samaritan are outside of the scope of accreditation in the crime laboratory system.
Right. It has no relationship to your crime lab, the Good Samaritan lab, right?
Correct. The same policies and procedures are applied when our laboratory analyzes serum, or if we needed to do a retrograde extrapolation on testing that was performed internally that's covered by the scope of accreditation. But as you're mentioning, the testing was not performed in my laboratory. I don't have any direct knowledge or understanding of their QC procedures, of their accreditation requirements, or their testing procedures at all.
You anticipated my next question. So basically, you cannot personally vouch for the ethanol testing that was performed at Good Samaritan, correct?
That's accurate. The reliability of the results that my calculations were based on, my calculations are only as good as the numbers that I was provided. And like I said, the same math that I did here, I would do to my own internal standard or my own internal testing, anything that I performed testing on in the lab myself. But the results that I started from, I don't have any direct knowledge on their accuracy or reliability.
Right, Ms. Tinetti, we can bring Ms. Knowles back on Monday if you want. I don't want to cut you short. That was the time frame. we were
And
looking at.
I'm perfectly fine with that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, all right. And Mr. Lally, you're done? Okay. Ms. Knowles, thank you very much. You're all set. You can step down. Ms. Tinetti, I think everybody appreciates it. So. All right, jurors, that's it for us for this week. I'll have to give you those cautions in a minute. I can tell you that it looks like next week we're full days every day. We don't expect as long a gap in between as we've had to do. So I think everybody should work really hard to make sure that doesn't happen. The cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use, and we'll see you on Monday. Have a good week. And I will see counsel at sidebar.
Sidebar. Okay, sidebar. All right. So I think they're going to be talking, so we'll see what's going on right now. Oh, sidebar. Oh, boy. 13 sidebars today. Stellar. All right. Okay. According to Ian Whiffen and the Commonwealth, they want us to believe that Karen stopped at a stop sign and paused her vehicle there for 1 minute. 1 minute right next to Lank's house. 12:21 and 59 seconds to 12:22 and 53 seconds. That it is a cluster of stops at the stop sign, which is right there, Oakdale and Cedar Crest Ave. At the same time that Karen Reed's vehicle is stopped at the stop sign, this is how they're saying it. John records 2 flights of stairs. (12:22 and 17 seconds), which is inside the cluster at the stop sign, and 12:22 and 32 seconds. Dead. Snap. This data is just so interesting. So when Karen Reed was at the cluster of the stop sign, right, if you would make a right onto Cedar Crest, Karen Reed just stops the stop sign for 1 minute. Who would stop at a stop sign for 1 minute? Damn. Ooh, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. Again, I want to give a shout out. Thank you guys for joining us today. I think there is still going to be more here. I think they have some arguing to do. We'll see. Something that's never happened before, but Paul and Peg were not there after the lunch break. Don't know why. Oakdale, yeah, that's the street, Oakdale. The third flight of stairs is at 12:24 and 37 seconds. Something that Ian Whiffen didn't talk about was, it's one thing that John has the flights of stairs during that time. The thing that he never talked about was John also has steps during that time. So I think John takes 80 steps during that time. God, I will. My forecast is that I think that there is somebody that's going to say that John O'Keefe walked into the house, and the house that he walked into was 33 Oakdale, and that someone's coming forward to testify that they saw John enter in the house at Oakdale, which is Lank's house, which then lines up perfectly with Good saying once again that Kerry Roberts calling and talking about this party, this blizzard party. And then Good's like, oh, I wasn't there. I was here all night. I have no idea what they're doing. Wouldn't that throw the defense off? No, I don't think it would throw the defense off at all. I think the defense realized the piece of the puzzle that has been missing this whole time is this whole time it was all geared for everybody to make it seem like, because these guys aren't idiots. They would know where John's phone went. And I think that that's why they had to put John's body on the lawn where it was, because that's where his phone was. Like I said, you just have to explain the data. You have to explain the data. And this explains, now there's an answer here. There's an absolute answer as the flights of stairs. No one's ever broken it down like Whiffen did. And flights of stairs come when the car is actually not moving. Yeah, he said house. He didn't say which house exactly. This is going to be wild. Yeah, we have his heart rate and all that. It's yeah. Again, I just want to thank everybody for joining us this whole week and last week. We'll be back at it next week. We have yet to hear from a cop. And when is Hank going to introduce his first law enforcement involved in this investigation? 2 weeks, no law enforcement investigator in the case. Other thing is think about it. Higgins, Brian Albert, all these people, they all had issue. Matt, Colin, who's other, they all had issues with what was it? Turning over their cell phones. Okay. Turning over their cell phones. Absolutely. I said the same thing. Amber Heard vibes. Jennifer McCabe. Agree. Maybe we will not be having, maybe nobody's coming back out. We'll see here. Go Cavs, go Celtics. I want it to be a Cleveland, Celtics, Boston, Eastern showdown. You guys can join me later tonight for a Idaho Live. I want to show you that there is a way to get Hitler off the case. If Ann Taylor wants to put in a motion, Idaho rules of criminal procedure. It's Rule 25. So I'll be talking about it tonight. I mean, I think Hitler has outdone himself, like Bev, to say that you're biased. They did it in Karen Reed's case, the defense motion to get Bev off the case. She's like, I'm not biased, I'm curious if Ann takes a stab at it. Yep, I love this chat too. Turtle Boy should be interesting tonight because Turtle Boy was the only person, I believe, like myself, that was saying who lived over there on that street where all those supposed flights of stairs was happening. I'll go find my lives, and I'm gonna take every clip where I was like, listen, where were these flights of stairs registering when he was talking about Waze and he testified last year, Nick? And I was like, we need to go see exactly on the map where this was and see whose house is over there. Whose house is over there? Well, come today, Alan Jackson is cross-examining Jennifer McCabe, and he goes through her movements on the next day, and Lank sure as shit 3 minutes away and on Oakdale. And then thanks to Ian Whiffin's testimony that we had just before that, Ian Whiffin testifies that John's health data goes up 2 flights of stairs back to back. Okay. And it's on Oakdale, right, literally smack dab in front of Lank's, like the way, because obviously he's on the road, but the vehicle pulls off, and that's when he was talking about it was like a cluster of stops at the stop sign. No, that's where they went. It'll be interesting. It'll be very interesting. So if John got out of the car there, hanging out over there for a little bit, and then somebody else brought him to 34 motherfucking Fairview, and that's how you explain the data. If somebody gets on that stand and says that they saw John O'Keefe come to Lank's Blizzard party, it's over. It's over. Somebody needs to go put them in witness protection. Go take a look at the sheet. See who's reasonable doubt all over the place, right? Yeah. I think all in all, Jennifer McCabe she told the jury that she stopped an interview because she was seeking counsel. Okay? Not that I have any problem with that. She probably just should have started off that way. I mean, she lied to them, didn't tell them who really she contacted. I think it's crazy that Jennifer McCabe contacted Peg O'Keefe. Okay? Peg O'Keefe. Think about that. Think about that. All right, I think we're done here. So thank you for watching with Court TV. You guys have a great day. I'll be back here later. Peace out, Girl Scouts. Make sure you guys send me your email. If you're a winner, make sure you get your Cash App. Again, thank you, moderators. Free Karen Reed, baby. Free Karen Reed.